Yo, what's up, everyone? Are we live? No intro today, it seems.
Doesn't matter. Just
Well, at least I didn't see it from my end.
They could even be on top of each other. Raised 100.
Let me know in the chat. But yeah, we've got a 5-5-50 today. Looks like a shorthanded game. Only 5 players here. See some of our regulars. Already got some nice action with a 3-bet with 7 deuce offsuit. Casper having some fun. Flops top pair, yeah, and flops a better kicker though. Standard check from Yen over to the pre-flop aggressor. Casper, continuation betting with his top pair. About half pot. Yen going for a small check raise. Can't imagine Casper is going to want to do anything but call here. Oh, he lets it go. Wow, good fold. He had really good odds, but with his exact hand, he did not have enough equity to call. So, yeah, really nice fold.
No, I wouldn't read him. Yeah, when whoever is going to be sitting there shows up, that's what the scanner will be. Huh? What time is it? Nearly 2. 2:40. Sorry. 100. 350. Sorry.
How do you guys tip? Collection? No.
No collection in this game. It's rate.
Oh, it's a rate game.
Yeah.
Why is that this game when you don't give it?
Yeah, it's weird, huh? Oh, you didn't
Oh,
do
shit. Sorry.
the steal?
Now it's too late. I wasn't sure. It didn't look like any of you looked because it was quick. He caught it right
Probably
away.
just take a 1025.
Yeah, it's even bigger, yeah. Collection, this would be.
From what I understand, they've been trying to get this game into a collection, and the casino just keeps saying that.
Does that mean there's a jackpot in this game?
No jackpot.
There's no jackpot.
They allow you to run it twice and such, so
Okay.
it's on cap.
Is it because the big blind is $5?
I don't know why. I feel like it should be a collection. But,
Commentator, I'm here. Nothing's happening yet though.
raise. 425.
Got ace 9 versus ace 6 and a squeeze from Charlie. King jack off, or king jack suited. Sorry. And we'll just take it down pre-flop. The unsuited aces are pretty bad to continue against a 3-bet with. They're pretty. They're usually dominated. Oh, I'm Don. Don Dean. AESAH poker. Ace of poker. Think it's my 3rd time commentating on the show.
When I don't play poker out there. Like when I go with like family.
Sorry, I'm still trying to get situated here.
No, we're going with friends. Like.
But no kids, right? Like
JJ is not commentating. Sorry, I'm not JJ.
Yeah,
I wasn't even.
this time.
yeah,
They want you in the chat, man.
they're queens.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
He says he'll hop in the chat after. Looks like we got a limp pot here, blind versus blind. Not much of anything for either player. Jack high is the best hand. Let's see if Yen wants to try to take it. Nope. Just gonna give it up.
Nuts.
When we folded, we saved time.
Alright.
Was I the
I've
big
got
one?
everything fixed up now. My bad. Sorry I missed all these messages earlier. I
Oh, you should have lost.
had the wrong chat open for the wrong video.
He won 4 basically. Or no, he basically breaks even. Yeah.
You guys don't take $1?
Nick from Yuma says, I don't think I've ever seen this guy Chapo play a hand.
That's why I should have
I think we'll see him play a hand.
It's
But you
threes
take $5?
by the river. It's 3 on the flop, 1 on the
Even though
turn,
there's
1
no
on the river.
betting? Wow. Crazy.
I might say yes. Ask why is Ramsey not playing? I don't know. You got ask Ramsey.
It's actually a good idea just to chalk.
He's the only one that's gonna know the answer to that question.
75.
Well, you can't chalk.
Oh, you can't.
We got a raise with suited ace from Yun.
Yeah.
Call from Casper, King Jack off, and a call from Jaeger with a Jack 6 suited.
Back like,
Casper flopping the best of it, top pair.
75.
Out of position. Checks it over, pretty standard. Yen goes for a small continuation bet. Casper calls. Checks over again. Let's see if Yen wants to try to win the pot. I'm expecting she'll probably just take her some showdown value with ace high. Oh, Casper going for the value bet on the river, and a easy fold from Yen with the ace high.
Massive smoke coming out of the house. Right?
Good fold.
No, I'm not like a. I'm assuming it's a house fire. I'm not sure if
If
it
you're
was
coming in, I
like,
think that would be your
if they were just burning something out of like the, the fireplace. But there was
They
just
drew for the
ridiculous
other
amounts
players.
of smoke.
Jay got 2 and...
Nothing
Katie
too
got
crazy in that hand right there.
In the back right now? What? You in the back right now? Oh, it's you?
are you playing today or just filling in?
I'm
for the
filling
event?
until these late-ass Mondays.
100.
100.
You think they'd be on time? It's only a 4-hour stream.
Okay.
I know.
Got a continuation bet from Jaeger with a gut shot on the flop. Turns a middle pair. Angel with a float with 2 overcards. Jaeger checks it over. If Angel's gonna float the flop with a queen jack, he's probably gonna want to put a bet in at some point, not try to check it down with a queen high, I'm assuming, so goes for it on the turn. Wow, Angel River's the best hand now.
400.
Jaeger checks it over, and Angel goes for a value bet.
How much you starting with?
It's a good fold, good value bet, and a good fold from Jaeger.
Pick it. For your jack, he'll be in 6.
2665.
He's got 26, 65. 26, 65. 26, 65.
This one?
Huh? Yeah, 6.
Nick from Yumas asked was it Angel's name Chapo the other day? I play with this man a lot. He's always gone by Angel as far as I know. Casper raising up, queen 10 off in the hijack.
Oh, queen of diamonds.
You got heads up pot, king jack versus queen 10. Middle pair for Casper, top pair for Angel. Standard check over to the pre-flop raiser from Angel. See what Casper wants to do. Puts out a half pot continuation bet.
300.
These boards tend to be pretty good to continuation bet, as your opponent's probably not going to have kings, queens, and maybe not even king, queen suited that much, as they might re-raise pre-flop. Angel goes for a check raise with his hand. Gains some value immediately on the flop. Goes for a really small bet on the turn.
Gotta put the phone away on stream. You gotta put the
Turn
phone away.
river, brick, brick. Angel still got the best hand.
He checks.
Angel checks over to Casper. Let's see if he wants to take the showdown with his middle pair. And yeah, he just checks it back, which is probably what I expect. Second pair, a bit too strong to be turning into a bluff, a bit too weak to be going for a value bet after there's already like 2 bets on the flop and a bet on the turn. And Angel will win the pot. He answers the phone mid-hand, says Nick from Yuma, yeah. He's got priorities, man. Angel picking up a big hand yet again. Third hand in a row. Casper raising a queen 9. Angel just going for a call with the ace king suited, it looks like. Oh no. Graphics are wrong. Went for the 3-bet. Casper defends. Now flush draw for Angel. Not much of anything for Casper. He's got like some backdoor flush and straight draws, but weren't really expecting him to be continuing here unless he's getting a really good price. Yeah, even facing the 1/3 pot bet, out of position. It's kind of sad to lay it down, but I think it's the best play. I think queen 10 of clubs, maybe. The logo of how many viewers you have is blocking the card logo. It says a Dogecoin multimillionaire. Huh. I can let them know about that.
What game is Hearthstone?
It's like Magic the Gathering, so it's on the phone.
Who has a handsome devil in seat 6? Well, it's very mysterious. Don't think I've ever seen it before.
I mean, I don't really know.
People still play it?
75.
Oh yeah, it's bigger than ever.
Oh, really?
Both games are bigger than ever. Every year they're like, there's gonna die, there's gonna die. And then
I'd go ask, but kind of intimidated.
People still play StarCraft.
Alright, we got 3-bet from Casper, pocket 7s. Yeah, and giving up the king 3 suited.
Black poker will never die.
Folds and yawns.
Pandemic is a good example of that people want to play.
Commentator is Jeremy Fremlin. Nightbot is wrong. That is not me.
So you guys only take $1 pre-flop, right?
$1 pre-flop pretty much no matter what the action is. If there's no action to the flop. On the flop we take 3 on or yeah, I'll let you finish that. We follow that. Based on how many players are dealt in. 60.
Alright, apparently this handsome man named 6 name. In seat 6, his name is D22 Soso.
Raise 200. Call 200. Can I vouch for that, please? Heads up.
You got a raise and a 3-bet blind versus blind. Queen 2 suited versus pocket 8s. Queen 2 flopping 2 pair here. Decent flop for pocket 8s. There's only 1 overcard. Puts out a continuation bet, 1/3 pot.
Raise 450. He's in a hand.
2 pair immediately, just going for a check raise on the flop, going for value. Maybe hoping his opponent has an overpair or something. Jaeger doesn't believe him, makes a call with pocket eights. Pretty small raise, because pretty small c-bet and raise, so definitely good odds. Interesting card on the turn, 2 flush draws out there. Wayne is now losing to ace, queen, and aces, but probably still has to think his hand is good.
425.
Jaeger putting that bet out with his pocket eights. Very small bet again, only 1/3 pot. It's a little suspicious to me with like
All in.
2 flush draws out there, and you're betting so small. Wayne going for the double check raise, and yeah, easy fold for Jaeger at this point with only pocket eights.
Which one did you pick, Diego? The queen?
Nick from Yuma, if you're asking what's my full name, it's Don Dean, but if you want to look up my poker stuff, it's AESAH,
Come on.
ASA,
Like this?
poker.
Well, we're gonna see on the stream later, so.
No.
Wow, Wayne with a double check raise.
Fucking Jaeger, I gotta do.
Guess he had a good read on
I don't even know our history.
that Jaeger was going to bet there, because I definitely didn't expect Jaeger to bet with pocket eights there.
Not queen deuce?
It was Queen Deuce.
Queen deuce of spades, I guess.
Oh, it was a queen of spades?
He showed a queen of spades.
I think it's a little.
60.
You wouldn't really expect
Free better, because now I know he calls
your opponents to be folding out that much better hands given the flop action. You could definitely protect your equity. But again, with such a small turn sizing, I kind of think like if you had a strong hand there with 2 flush draws, you would want to bet like more than 1/3 on the turn. But it's hard to say, you know, like poker is definitely, if anything, always not a game of absolutes, so
Like we just started the game.
maybe we'll see him do something similar with the nuts later in the show.
Play or whatever. I'm like, oh, we play poker. And he's like, oh, there's a poker player here too. He
that
points to this
Jack?
this guy.
Oh,
No.
was it
Nick from Yuma asked, which video games are you pro in?
Huh?
Yeah.
Right now I'm ranked like top 20 in Teamfight
Do you
Tactics.
want to see?
Game from Riot Games. Used to work there.
Well, you're already on camera now, so.
And I guess like
So it's
a bunch of other stuff in the past, but right now I'm mostly playing that.
100.
Oh, just.
What's the buy?
2K. 1 moment.
Sorry?
400.
We got a 3-bet from Yun. Mystery hand. Can't imagine Jaeger's gonna fold this. Ace Queen offsuit on the button in position. Makes a call. 4-betting is also a decent option with this hand. Calling, of course, totally acceptable as well. Low flops, not really likely to hit that many people.
275.
3-betting from the small 3-betters, not that likely to have a deuce 6 or 10. And neither is a button either. So we got a continuation bet and a call. Ace Queen high could definitely be good against our mystery hand. So far, I don't know what Yen has, but I like the way Jaeger's played his hand.
Everybody was thinking it then.
You said it.
Yen continuing to bet on the turn. A lot of small sizings today. Very interesting. And Jaeger gives up his ace high. So whatever Yen had, she got the pot. Mike Hunter asked, do I take Adderall to help focus on gaming? No.
Not then?
If I really want to focus, I'll eat like M&Ms or something. But that's about it.
Oh, you know.
For those people who do take that, I mean, I don't have any experience with it, but I hear that it could have like long-term effects on your body, so I just rather stay away from it.
You want to post or do you want to wait?
Alexandra
Yeah, I
Pereira asks, any tips for someone who's played online for 15 years and about to try a live tournament for the first time? Kind of nervous. There's nothing really to be nervous about. After you play for like 15 minutes, I'm sure you'll figure out what's going on. Live poker is not really that different from online, except generally players are looser because like most of the players, when you're playing live, you're not gonna drive all the way to the casino to like fold your way into like pre-flop charts that you could just play like online. When you're playing like multiple tables, just chilling at home watching a movie, right? So live players typically are gonna play more hands. All right, race from Jaeger, ace-7 suited versus Casper, ace-10 suited. Jaeger with a dominated ace pre-flop, but out-flopping with a middle pair. Big continuation bet. It looks like a slight overbet of the pot. Very interesting. Casper calls with the ace high, so it looks like it worked. Jaeger's getting in Casper's head a little bit here. Casper may be thinking, okay, if you had a good hand, why would you bet so much? All right. These guys are saying they accidentally blacked out the screen for a bit, but we're good now. It's okay. Nothing happened on the turn. They just checked it through. Checks over to Jaeger, and Jaeger thinking, hey, I got middle pair. Can I go for value after this guy called my overbet on the flop? He goes for a really small value bet. Casper makes a good fold with the ace high. Not tempted by the amazing odds. He's like, yeah, not going to sucker me in with that. Nick from Yuma asks, what's my rate for poker coaching? You can find that online, but I don't think I'm allowed to advertise here on Live with the Bike. But I'll just say you can find that on 2+2.
I guess you don't have, like, there's nothing that prevents, like, you're not obligated to stay or committed to stay.
I hope I'm pronouncing Jaeger right.
I mean, it's a large
I
game.
know, but I would assume since it's stream that you should, like,
Yeah,
probably
we
better.
tell people. But
$100 raise.
Yeah, you can't force it.
Pocket 10s versus pocket 10s.
Don't get invited.
3-bet, 375. In this situation, it's usually going to be whoever puts the last bet in is going to win the pot, but 10s also tends to be like a medium showdown value hand, so a lot of times it will go to showdown as well, as both players are generally going to be wanting to go to showdown on this kind of board with queen high board, 1 overcard. You're not really looking to like blow up the pot too much. Maybe a little betting to try like deny equity to potentially like 2 overcards or something like that. But there's also not that many hands that have 2 overcards to 10s. A little betting to get value too from smaller pairs, from pair 7s, pair 5s obviously. It's good. Continuation bet from Casper, call from Jaeger. We've seen a lot of continuation betting today. Almost every single flop, I think, that I've seen in the past like 10 hands has featured a continuation bet from the pre-flop aggressor. Casper continuing with a big bet. This is where I don't know the history between these guys, but I would feel a little bit iffy about this bet. I'm not. It seems a little too thin to be looking to get called from like worse hands that often, and obviously you're not going to fold out better hands. Really interesting river 4 to a straight. Casper puts out a huge bet now, and I would say kind of the same thing again. It's like I don't know the history between these two guys, so there might be something going on. But like, for me, when I look at this hand, I'm not entirely sure. Like, is he trying to get Jaeger to fold out like a queen, or is he trying to get value from like a worse hand? It's not super clear to me. He does fold him off the chop, so it ends up working out really well for him.
Hello.
yeah, I mean,
But yeah, I think again, like I don't know the history between these guys, but just generally, I wouldn't be like a huge fan of the river bet there.
Wait, why can't they just move?
But I mean, it works out great for him. He collects 100% of the pot instead of the 50% that he would have otherwise.
How much, Brian?
10.
He's got 10K.
Can I get you, Mike?
I think he did.
Alexandra Perry says, poker really isn't popular in my country. I've only played home games, but it's always amateurish. Yeah, so when you go to a casino and play in a tournament, it's going to be the same, probably. Unless you're playing like some high roller tournament, I'm sure it'll be fine.
I didn't remember. I'll tell the truth. If I remember, I'll say yeah. Otherwise, I'll say I don't remember. I don't know nothing.
Where is this game being held? Excellent question. This is at the Bicycle Hotel Casino, as you can see on the flop right there. It is in the Los Angeles area in Bell Gardens.
20 minutes.
Come by
Very little, but
if you ever get the chance. Great casino.
yeah. No, actually,
You can even play on the show.
from
Need to fill in some empty seats here.
Collection pot.
Once again, featuring a continuation bout with Charlie with the king high and the gut shot. Let's see if Charlie's going to take a showdown value, or maybe Jaeger will just go for the value bet here, riffing trips.
Oh, was that one day?
Or not just trips, but top full house even. Well, technically not top full house, as you would lose to aces, but pretty much the nuts given the action. Checks over, goes for the trap, and let's see if Charlie wants to take his showdown value with a king high. Okay, the graphics trolled me again. My bad. He actually does go for the value bet, and Charlie's thinking about with the king high. I mean, king high on this board does beat any club draw on the flop, but wisely makes the fold. A lot of good folds today. No one going for these hero calls when their opponent has it. That's a spot where I would definitely be tempted with a king high there.
I played with him before.
So yeah, good fold.
Dragon, right? What's his name? Lion. That's some animal.
Alexandra Perry says, compared to online poker, yeah, main worry is being lost, not knowing whose turn it is, and not to mention spending too long calculating pots. I'm sure you'll be fine. You sound like someone who's very just conscious about the game, and like you're gonna know whose turn it is more than a lot of other players. Calculating pots is kind of interesting because, yeah, you're gonna have to do that yourself, but I think you'll get used to it. It's not too hard. Unless you're like really bad at math. Commentator once again, Nightbot is saying it's Jeremy Friendland, but that is not the case.
What's up, Kitty and Casper?
My name is Don Dean.
How much?
Is this kitty or tiger?
JCCW. Is that JCW? Okay, anyway, JCCW says king high is a chop, 2 pairs with ace on board. Excellent cash. I definitely didn't realize that, so you're completely correct that king jack there is playing the board. So in that case, I'd be much more inclined to fold, because best case scenario you can chop, which is you generally don't want to be calling if your best case scenario is a chop. So yeah, my bad on that one, and good catch from JCCW. SD Gusto in the Twitch chat saying the same thing. Alright, my bad, guys. We got Casper with aces here. Not much of anything for Charlie, though, so expecting this to be another continuation bet and then a fold, but let's see if Charlie wants to get a little creative with the 2 overcards. Nah, just gives it up wisely. Even hitting an overcard would be kind of a disaster there, given that we know Casper's hand, so you typically don't want to draw to a hand if you hit it and you're still not sure if you're good. You just got like on I didn't see it was, I think it was 10-10-8 or 10-8-8. You just have a lot of other hands. You can continue there. You can continue like a lot of possible gut shots. Queen Jack, Queen 9, Jack 9, 9-7. You just got like way better hands there than King 8, King Queen.
Thank you, Marvin.
I mean, if you just want overcards, you have like ace high hands. That would be better as well. I don't play tournaments a lot. Casper raising up with pocket 3s. Yen with a higher pocket pair. And Wayne with a suited ace. Not a super great flop for everyone, but not a terrible flop either, as they have some backdoor straight and backdoor straight possibilities with their pocket pairs. And there's also not a lot of high cards, so people are less likely to hit these low cards. Also, Yen actually does have technically an overpair.
Raise 400.
She goes for a check raise. It looks like Casper bet Wayne calls with some backdoor straight and flush possibilities, as well as ace high. And Yen goes for the big check raise. Casper calls again with a pair, some backdoor possibilities. Casper is playing the board now, but it's also gotta be pretty scary for Yen. After Casper calls her check raise, now like any five, you know, like you think, okay, maybe he's got a 5, maybe he's got a 4, either one, or maybe he has a higher pocket pair. Any of those would beat her now. Yen going for a bet here, I guess looking for value from ace high, I think.
Sorry?
Can't really,
300.
definitely would not expect better hands to fold. So looks like you're trying to get called from like ace high type hands. Maybe something like ace deuce or ace 3, which would have been a gut shot on the flop. Casper thinking about it, playing the board. Looks like he's thinking about a raise, which would probably work. Fat Bob Records in Twitch chat says he thinks PLO is a superior game. I do. In PLO, this is not in PLO, this would not be a chop. And Casper playing the board just gives it up. I think it's pretty smart. When Yen raises a flop and then checks back this turn on 5-5-4-4, I think it's really likely she could have a 4. So on the river, like that would be quads, right? So like Casper playing the board, he has to go for a raise if he wants to win the pot. So he would just have to be risking a lot of chips, potentially right into quads, and it's pretty scary. I think it would have worked in that spot, but I'm a fan of just going with a fold in that spot. Twist Motron says there's no ace high again. Alright, I'm sorry. I actually am a PLO player. You guys caught me. In PLO, ace king is good on that spot, but it's true. Yeah, there's no ace high again. My bad, guys. Sorry about that. I actually have never played No Limit Hold'em before, so. How embarrassing. 2 hands already in like 20 minutes.
75.
Hi.
How's it going? Either one of those.
Chinese?
Yeah. 75.
No, I'm joking. I played a lot of No Limit.
Thank you.
But
Get open.
these days I have been playing more PLO where yeah, ace highs. Alright, we got another single raise pot. Charlie flopping middle pair. Let's see if we continue the trend of continuation bet every single hand. And we do, indeed. 2 Broadway cards is generally a good board for the pre-flop aggressor. Just because if the small blind and Casper spot has a lot of high cards, they're gonna be 3-betting a lot of their, like King 10 suited, for example.
Yeah.
Whereas like as a pre-flop, or like pocket 10s, pocket kings, whereas like as a pre-flop aggressor, like you could potentially have all those hands. Casper, no backdoor flush draws, not much of anything with ace high, just gives it up.
The people need to pay $50 for it.
Yeah, just 50 is dead money, then 5.
Jared Goldner asks, where's Harry? Well, you're gonna have to ask Harry again. He's the only one who's gonna know the answer to that. DJS says, FML found out last night we've had live poker for the last couple weeks. Well, better you find out now than never, so. Not bad, not bad.
60.
Lion pocket kings, like what I was just talking about, raising it up, where again, Kitty just calling, unlikely to ever be calling with pocket kings. Although we have seen it on the show before, so definitely a possibility. Lion going the continuation bet. Kitty with pocket fours just giving up on an ace high board against the pre-flop aggressor. They're likely to have a lot of top pair type hands. Else taking Twitch chat asked about ace king plays on a full house board in PLO. Yeah, because you have to use 2 cards in your hand.
See that post that Wayne put?
You have to use exactly 2 cards. Whereas in no limit, you can choose to use 0, 1, or 2.
Hit the quads.
Yeah, from a long time ago. Yeah. What was it like? Set, beaten by boat, beaten by quads.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
Yeah, it was crazy. Set over set, he hit the quads in the river. 75.
Commentator sounds like Andrew Brokos. I don't know who that is, but I assume he has a very sexy voice. Kitty 3-betting the 6-5 suited here against Casper, ace queen off, just makes a call. Fairly standard, a little bit elusive 3-bet, but nothing too crazy.
4.
Goes for the continuation bet. Casper's got the backdoor nut flush draw, 2 overcards. It's a really big bet though. A little mix up from what we've seen a lot tonight. Seen a lot of like small 1/3 size C bets, but Kitty showing up and putting on the pressure. Casper makes a call, as I would expect with his hand. Still with the best of it, ace high. Kitty checks the turn. Let's see if she's going to give up on the river with 6 high, or whether she's going to try to win the pot. Kitty decides to just give it up. Maybe thinking, you know, hey, this board bricked out. If Casper called me on the flop, he's probably going to call me on the river. And I don't know if Casper would have called with that hand. He might have. He might not have. We'll never know. Either way, it's a good call on the flop. He'll take it down with his ace queen high.
Straddle is 50.
Yeah, so we can do 1 round straddle. Yeah, $10
A lot of newer players might think it's scarier to call with ace high compared to a pocket pair, but in terms of showdown value, ace queen is pretty much just as good as like pocket fives there. They're pretty much the same. They beat and lose to all the same hands. Ace king being the most notable exception, but ace queen also has better runouts, whereas you could potentially like hit you know, 3 other aces or 3 queens and have actually a good hand compared to only 2 outs to a low pocket pair. Alright, looks like we got a cold call. Is that right? No, it looks like a 4-bet. Looks like a cold 4-bet. So we got a raise from Jaeger, pocket ace, 3-bet from Charlie. Really big 3-bet, by the way, with ace king suited. Really big relative to what we've seen so far. The sizing's not that unusual, I would say, but relative to what we've seen today. So yeah, with a cold 4-bet, and Charlie just goes all in, ace king suited.
They're going to go twice.
Ship it in against mystery hand. Personally, I would go for mystery hand here. I don't think Yen's going to cold 4-bet and then call it off with a hand that much worse than ace king.
That's good for you.
Yeah. Because you're too close. Okay, I think it's top.
It's got.
Nice hand, Jen.
It looks like she also had ace king, so.
Yeah, it was.
It's a fast and furious all-in pre-flop with ace king. No tanking for 3 minutes before putting in the chips. I like that.
And then take 5 back. Take back 5? Yeah, 5, 5. Perfect.
Fat Bob Records says all with a drawing hand. What fishes? Ace king, especially suited, is one of the best hands to go on pre-flop with. You have really good equity against pretty much anything except exactly pocket aces. Even against kings, you're like over 30%, so it's not too bad. People are only dealt aces 1 out of like 220-ish hands, I believe, in Hold'em. Someone can correct me if I'm wrong, but somewhere around there. So yeah. You're not going to run into aces that often, especially because you have an ace in your hand. You actually reduce the possibility by quite a bit more. So yeah, like unless you're up against exactly aces, and again, kings is slightly bad. You're either ahead or you're like flipping out worse. So definitely a good hand to go on pre-flop with.
600. Take it.
Got our winnings. It looks like Jaeger's down the most for today, but it's not that much. Again, at the 5-5-50 game, if you think about 50 being like kind of the big blind, that would make $5,000 like what most people would consider like one buy-in, right? Like 100 big blinds. So $3,000. It might sound like to me, it sounds like a lot of money, just like the absolute amount. But in a game this size, it's like half a buy-in. So it's actually not down much at all. Anytime you're gonna play poker, like you should definitely be prepared to swing like several buy-ins in either direction. Eric Walsh asks, who's the commentator? I'm Don Dean. Asa Poker, AESAH. That's a screen name that I would use on poker sites.
160.
Lion raises to 160, pocket kings. Caster's pocket tens would definitely be tempted to 3-bet this hand, which he does go for.
Raise 525.
But does not know he has the worst of it right now.
$13.85.
Lion putting in the 4-bet, maybe hoping that Caster would just strip it in with ace king, like we saw pretty recently. Mike Hatter in the chat asked 4-bet kings or no. It depends on a lot. It depends on a lot of situations, a lot of factors. But generally, I would say the default play is the 4-bet, and Casper just goes all in with pocket tens here and gets called by Lion for. It says 5,000, but earlier.
Up to you. I have pocket pair. It's not aces.
Looks like they're debating whether they want to run it once or twice.
Alright, they're gonna raise.
Either way.
Copy. Yeah, I gotta wait for this one.
Yeah, there are definitely merits to flatting or 4-betting kings. Obviously, one merit for 4-betting kings is like you get this situation, whereas like if he just calls, there's like $1,000 in the pot. There's an overcard on the board. Caster's probably not going to get the rest of it stacking with pocket tens, right? So that's definitely one merit to 4-betting.
Man, they're really making you guess, huh?
And Lion Face both run out, so
Yeah, deuces though.
takes it. Kings hold up.
I believe he said if he has kings and somebody has aces, he goes.
But one disadvantage is
Otherwise, he goes twice.
Yeah, that's right.
Casper may fold a hand pre-flop that Kings has dominated. For example, let's say Casper was 3-betting with a hand like Queen 10. Might have just folded that pre-flop, whereas if you just flat with Kings, then he makes top pair on the flop and just gets the rest of his money in that way, right? So there's merits to both, but generally I'd be 4-betting pocket Kings. It's the second best hand in Hold'em, and if you're going to 4-bet, you generally want to do it with your best hands.
Oh, okay, that makes sense.
Most people the opposite.
And most people opposite, but I get what you mean, because if you get
got
lucky,
the nuts.
I mean, if we're gonna, if you're, hey, the one, two times, like a 10.
Chop. If he hits the king.
Okay, that makes sense. I was trying to, so like if they have you beat, then you go one. If it's their option, they want to go once, twice, whatever.
DJS says Nightbot lies. Yeah, true. Nightbot does lie.
It's always the other person's option if they want to go.
Don't tell people you're thinking, it's kind of weird. I'm not gonna lie. What you have? Are you sure?
So while Beach in Twitch chat said should have folded to the 4-bet. Yeah, I mean, now that we know what happens, obviously in retrospect, we could be like, yeah, okay, he should have folded because he lost all his money. But just a few hands ago, like less than 10 minutes ago, right, we saw two people both go on with ace-king, and pocket tens is basically flipping with ace-king, and because of the dead money you already committed by putting in the 3-bet, you would not be wanting to fold pocket tens against ace-king there. So it just depends what you never really want to think. In Casper's situation, you never really want to think of putting your opponent on an exact hand, because generally they're going to play, you want to think about them more like a range of hands, right? Because they might play like ace-king and aces the same way. So you want to think about like how much equity does your hand have against their entire range of hands that you think they're playing this way.
Wait, it's 450.
Cannot wait.
I have the chips behind.
So yeah, so Casper thought pocket tens was probably good enough against that, and he went with it.
I just want a title, it's not about the money.
And yeah, I don't know the history between these two guys, but I would say it's definitely not unusual to see pocket tens all in pre-flop for, again, like what's basically 100 big blinds in a button versus blinds situation. Pretty common.
The point is, in Taiwan, I'm the sponsor player, right? In Taiwan, they only care about, oh, did you win any title? They don't care about, oh, you play cash game, you make a minion. They care about, did you win any title?
The first place.
Yeah, so
Fat Bob Records in Twitch chat says 10-10s dominate so much it's bad. Again, as I mentioned earlier, aces is only 1 out of 220 hands. Tens is only dominated by jacks, queens, kings, and aces. So that's 4 times as many as aces, right? So that's about 4 in 220 hands. Or like 1 in 50 hands.
on Friday. But
Depending on how you like your numbers, 2% of the time is another way. So I wouldn't really say it's dominated so much.
Lucky me, I don't like Thanksgiving. So
I would just say it's very common to be all in pre-flop with tens in those positions. At high level poker, for sure.
And do they need this one?
Not yet.
In a 9-handed game, it's probably a fold. It's button versus blind, so in a 9-handed game, if everyone folds in front of you, that's pretty much the same as if it was just a 3-handed game to begin with, right? There is something a little more advanced called bunching effect, where people are less likely to fold in front of you if they have aces. So, but it's generally pretty minor, I would say. It's not going to affect too much, because yeah. So if you're at a 9-handed game, it folds to the button. I would generally treat it the same as if you were just 3-handed to begin with, right?
Malaysia, Taiwan, China. They focus on Asian marketing.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they sponsor you?
Yeah, like 6 years.
6 years?
Did the tens pull it off? No, unfortunately for Casper, they did not.
Top of my book.
475.
If you don't mind me asking, like, do they
Casper raising it up, 10-6 suited. Jaeger 3-betting the ace-king suited. And Casper gives this one up, 10-6 suited.
Oh, really?
Not something he wants to commit the rest of his chips with here.
Player different. Some player they probably only have 50k. Some player have a 100k.
Yeah.
But I'm different because I start with NHA together. So when they start, I'm the first one.
Yeah, again, this is 5-5-50.
Yeah. And
Live at the Bike,
also I
we're
have a-
located in Southern California in the Los Angeles area in Bell Gardens.
I also have
Come by if you get the chance. It's a great place to be. Great atmosphere.
I'm the agent too. Like say
I've been playing here for almost a decade.
You go play, you get charged $5.
The staff is great.
$2.5.
The action's great.
Like they have to put your code or something like that.
Yeah, they put my
What's not to love?
Yeah.
Oh,
But
that's a good deal. That's very good.
yeah.
We've been seeing ace king a lot. Another ace king raising it up from Jaeger this time.
Like a referral code, right?
Yeah, I make like 1.2 million 1 year
Wow.
because everyone play online.
How did you get such a good, like, how did you get such a good deal from the beginning of,
Because we.
El Steak asked what PLO games run at the Bike.
Because the time
We don't run PLO that often. It'll go occasionally, but
sponsorship, I don't take it. I stopped
at the Bicycle Casino, it just doesn't run that often.
You took a chance
give me-
with
you
the
give me a
And
company.
also
Something.
Nature is my friend, very good friend. He creative, so I want to help him.
Oh, okay.
But we become now is the number 2 in the world.
Yeah, so that's good. Like,
I mean.
Mustard Much in Twitch chat asked what kind of business does Casper do. Well, I am not Casper's. I'm not that much involved in his life, so I cannot answer that question.
Right?
Yeah.
So I really take a shot. Let's do something else.
180.
El Steak asked where do you play PLO? I guess
So you had a friend who was starting, or you had a friend who started the.
personally I play mostly online.
Yeah.
So that's
I like Bovada.
No. I have my good friend. They start me training. He actually begged me to start the before.
But you can find places to play live as well.
Because I hate the promote.
It's just not that frequently at the Bike.
Because I don't like it to interview. I don't like it to wear the page stuff.
Yeah.
But I do my friend. But just going very well. So I don't like a company tell me, oh.
Yes, still straight.
Sorry.
150.
But yeah.
BO asked, is strong betting allowed here? Stream betting. Okay. I was like, I don't know what strong betting is, but I'm guessing it's probably allowed.
You need to go pot.
Stream betting is not allowed.
This is why I need to get sponsorship.
525.
It's just the reason it's not allowed is to protect the players from angle shooting, where it's like if someone, does like a bet and then they get a reaction on their opponent, they're like, no, sorry, I want to bet more, right? Like let's say their opponent snap calls and then their opponent is like, oh, actually, I want to bet more because they want you to call more money because they have good hand or whatever. Yeah, so it's just to prevent that. And stream betting is not allowed in any casino I've ever played in, so.
So when you started was online poker. Online poker
Mustard
was,
Mush asks, isn't online poker legal in California?
after Black Friday and-
I don't really know the details, but a lot of people I know in California play on
No, I
Bovada,
mean
so.
in the US though.
But yeah, I don't really know details.
6 years ago.
Don't
Yeah,
don't ask me
but
these
I don't
questions.
mean
I don't know. You're gonna have to do the research for yourself on Google.
No, I live in 6 years ago. I living in London,
Oh,
Europe. Yeah.
Oh, you were not in the US.
Where is 150?
I moved here like
We're doing it on a straddle.
5
Oh.
years ago. I
Oh,
believe.
5 years ago.
Yeah.
450.
So it's better if people play online and make more money.
Yeah.
And Taiwanese people care about if you win any title.
Raise the ace-10 suited, 3-bet pocket queens. Casper making a cold call, 10-9 suited.
So I need to, yeah.
Would generally expect Jaeger to call here, closing the action 3 ways. But see what he does.
450 in total.
He does just go for the call. We got a 3-way, 3-bet pot. 1400 in the middle. Jaeger flopping the best of it with his ace, but he's got to be a little bit worried that Yen 3-bet with a better kicker. That being said, he's obviously not going to fold after hitting this flop, especially to such a small bet from Yen.
I understand.
Casper only with 10 high here and a backdoor flush draw. Can't imagine he's going to want to get too creative 3 ways here, especially in a 3-bet pot where both players are fairly likely to have an ace. Bo9 says thanks. Seems like they're doing it in some hands. Maybe they're announcing the string bets, but they can't hear. Yeah, I think that's the most likely that they're announcing their bets verbally and then putting out the chips. I can't. Yeah, that's the most likely what's happening. Yan continuing to bet on the turn here with pocket queens. Jaeger makes a call. Personally, I wouldn't be betting with queens here just because I think, as I mentioned in several other hands, river checks through, Jaeger will win it. As I mentioned in several other hands, it's generally, and it's a little more complex than this, but generally, if you're making a bet, you're either trying to get your opponent to fold a better hand or trying to get them to call with a worse hand. So with pocket queens there, it's kind of hard. I mean, they're not going to fold a better hand, right? Like, they're not going to fold an ace to such a small bet on the flop and the turn. And they're not super likely to call with a worse hand. First of all, it's a 3-bet pot, so it's like a 6-4-3 board. So they're not that likely to have like a smaller pair. And if they do, like, are they even going to call? Like, let's say they have in like pocket eights. Are they even going to call on the turn? I'm not entirely sure. So personally, I'm not a huge fan of the turn bet with queens in a vacuum. But like, again, like the players, like they have history with each other. And that's going to be a lot more important than poker theory generally. So obviously, I don't know the dynamics they have. So
150. One stays. Here. You're gonna need more. One stays.
Oh, that's fine.
你觉得他很紧吗？我上次跟他在那个 WPC 打，他成功了。
Depends. I mean, depends on his mood.
刚刚那个光头那个对不对？
Yeah, I know who he is.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're doing the Australian. We know who he is.
Cool.
Simon.
Simon, with the Chinese Simon, right? What about him? What about him?
I mean, he probably like loses the.
I mentioned like those are the two main reasons I bet. The other is kind of like equity protection, like on a really drawy board, trying to like get values from draws. But on that board, like the a6-4 flop, I think it was rainbow. I'm not 100% sure, but like there's not too many draws on that. Not too likely someone has a hand like 5-7 or 3-5, which would be the only open enders possible in a 3-bet pot there.
3,000. That's like
1,500, 3,000, like regularly week.
Really?
Yeah.
400, 800.
If it wasn't for live in the bike,
limit.
no high stakes no one would be dead.
That game is like 400, 800 no limit, right?
That's also
Like you gotta have table
right?
games to have a poker.
They're playing
You
like
gotta have one
JRB's
that's
in there,
no.
like Tom Guan plays in there, like
Really?
Joe Cassidy.
Tom Guan.
I heard he played.
I know like JRB players.
Devin's playing.
Yeah.
I saw Jimmy there.
Yeah, Jimmy.
Go Red Wings on YouTube says, what about like bet to set up a 3-barrel? Again, like, what's the purpose of your 3-barrel? Like, are you trying to get your opponent to fold out an ace? Generally, like, that seems a little ambitious to me. And it's like, if you're trying to, like, you don't really need to try to get them to fold other hands, right? Because if you already have pocket queens, you're just gonna win anyway at showdown to any of the hands that they would be folding anyway. They're not that likely to have pocket kings given the pre-flop action, which is obviously like one hand that I could see folding, but they're not likely to have it. And I mean, it's just one combo as well. I think that type of board texture is a good board to 3-barrel with, but I would rather use a hand where you can't win if you check. Like, let's say I 3-bet with a hand like 10-9 suited. I might use that as a 3-barrel, right? Because if I check, I definitely can't win. But with queens, like, you can just win a lot if you check. Obviously, like in that situation, you wouldn't have, but you will be able to win a lot.
Tuesday, Friday.
What's a Friday?
51-1. It's actually full.
Okay.
Oh, the Friday game's full?
Yeah.
So now I better win tournament, now I don't need to come back.
200. 6.
Yeah.
Ace King yet again. I've seen this hand so many times today. It has been 3-bet every time, which is
Wait, you don't have to come back.
actually I think one person called with it. I think Angel called with it once, but other than that, it's been 3-bet every time, which is of course the standard play with the Ace King. As mentioned earlier, it performs well against every other hand except exactly pocket aces and pocket kings, and it's not even that bad against kings. You're not that likely to run in aces and kings, as holding one of each, you make it pretty unlikely that your opponents hold them.
When does straddle start?
You guys want to take it off one orbit? Is that what?
I want to take it off top too. I mean, when it comes to him, just take it off.
How about the other trend, we start 1-1?
Go Red Wings.
We just did
Asking again about the ace-10 hand, saying it was much easier because we could see his ace-10, but she had the betting lead, repping ace-king. It looked like it would have worked to rip 1600 on the river.
Oh, you played
Maybe.
Friday game in Vegas?
Yeah.
It may have worked, but again, like if you already have queens in your betting, that you're basically saying exactly I want my opponent to fold an ace, because if they fold any other hand, you could have won anyway just by checking.
You know, I don't want my party getting outside of casino. I always want casino. I don't need to make a break, but I want to have a good game.
So you have to compare like checking. There's a lot of value in checking, so you have to compare the value of checking to from betting to checking. Yeah.
I just want to relax my life. I'm rich. I don't care about you. I'm comfortable.
Yeah. No, I mean, if you don't need to deal with it, why deal with it?
Line continuation betting with backdoor nut flush draw, ace-7 off here. Called by Jaeger with the ace-queen high. Another reason this hand is nice to call compared to lower pocket pairs with the ace-queen high is this situation exactly where
675.
has Lion dominated to only 3 outs. Jaeger gives up on the full turn though, so nice double barrel from Lion. I think pretty standard play from Jaeger there. Even though he did get bluffed off the hand, I like to play with ace queen. You can definitely protect yourself against double barrels by calling with stronger hands there. Obviously, like top pair, for example, is a hand that you could be making money with when your opponent is putting in those double barrel bluffs.
No. I don't know. I need to check the date.
Okay.
Might be okay.
I want to come back December because every month I can buy 1 Chanel bag in Chanel. So I need to come back here December. Okay? Very important for me.
Kitty's world.
We're all just trying to.
I saw like picture.
King of clubs.
Yeah.
King of clubs is closed.
King of clubs.
So very important. When I come back, I also want to play poker.
Lion raising up with deuces, cast for the 10-7 suited, flops the best hand. Lion's only drawing to a deuce, but let's see if he's gonna win the pot again through his aggression, like he did last time. He's got a really big flop bet, almost full pot. See if he wants to continue at it. It's probably not gonna work now that Casper turned 2 pair. Might have worked otherwise.
Wait until the stream's over and we go back to the regular cards. That'll feel even weirder.
Yeah, Lion feeling like he just got away with one, doesn't really want to go for it again back to back, and just gives this one up. It looks like,
$20 a deck.
or does he? I guess not. My bad, guys. He does not give this up. He goes for a bet flop check raise. Really interesting line. Representing a really strong hand, right? Like typically, if you just have like a typical value hand, maybe something like King Queen, you would usually just go bet bet. So by going for a bet and then a check raise, you're kind of representing that you have a hand even better than that.
The main event. Wait.
Let's see if Casper believes him.
I can. I need to play the win. Otherwise I can't.
Yeah, I just talked to the director.
Casper with 2 pair, very strong hand, but again,
The main event is the same
facing this action from Lion, Lion's basically saying that he has this hand beat, right? Because he's probably not going to do this with a hand, like I said, like with King Queen.
play the win.
So it's very polarized. Like even though Casper has 2 pairs, Lion's more polarized to something that beats it or something that doesn't. And it's up to Casper to figure that out.
Take out like 30% of the pros.
Where? The Bellagio?
No, the
Yeah.
one here.
I really like the creativity from Lion to go for this, by the way. Continuation bet followed by a check raise is definitely not something we see a lot.
When I was 21,
Can
right?
put your opponent in a lot
Five
of
poker
tricky
tournaments,
spots because a
a
lot of people in position on the turn will just bet because they're just expecting, okay, I'm just gonna get the showdown for whatever I put in. But then Lion's saying, no, no, you're not just gonna get the showdown for $800.
I left it off.
So you don't like a tournament anymore,
Well, I
right?
like tournaments. I almost won a tournament on Sunday online.
Really? Wow.
9 people left versus 160. And I busted 9 with aces.
Oh.
It hurts, you
What
know.
site was it?
ACR.
Oh, ACR. What was the game? Was it a big game?
Yeah. Part of 60K for free.
Casper gives it up. Wow.
I busted 9 for 8K. Yeah.
This is a really tough spot. Definitely, I definitely don't blame Casper for folding there. I've
fade the flop, fade the turn.
pretty rarely seen this line used as a bluff. But yeah, props to Lion for pulling it off.
It's already been at the stars. If you're gonna win,
So this king is
I actually think I mean we can see the cards, right? So we know that like Casper like shouldn't have folded or whatever. But I think it's a really disciplined fold by Casper. I think it's good. Not knowing the players, like not knowing the history behind them, dynamics they have. If I was playing at against at a casino against like a random player, I think generally 10-7 would not be good facing that action.
ACR has a lot of good tournaments. Tiger.
Lion.
Lion.
Dragon.
Big cat.
Which one is it?
Dragon.
Tiger. Why did I say tiger?
Tiger is my friend.
Oh, tiger's your friend. Tiger is your friend.
200. Wayne, you want your hand?
So you're lion.
You wanna look at your hand,
you're
Wayne?
tiger.
You want to see your cards or no?
Rabbit. You know rabbit?
On the bottom.
Maybe call tiger. Have him come play too.
Thank you.
Showing known. Twitch chat says Casper has to shove. He has ace king flush draws Broadway draw. I generally wouldn't expect someone to go for a continuation bet and then check raise with ace king. I'm not saying it's impossible. I don't know if Lion would do it, but I wouldn't expect it. I think like I would more expect that to just bet the flop and bet the turn.
And one guy won it, and I got second.
I think going for the check raise is definitely representing a hand stronger than ace king.
You got second.
I think if you do go for a check raise with ace king, I think that would be overplaying your hand. In general, of course, again, like there are very few absolutes in poker, and the dynamics these players have with each other. Again, I don't know what that is, so that's going to be a lot more important. So yeah, again, like when I say like, oh, I would do this in a hand, I'm thinking about like if I'm playing this hand against someone that I don't really know in a casino. But these guys, a lot of these guys are regulars of the show. They play a lot of hands against each other, so so things are different, yeah, for sure. I mean, there are a few hands earlier, right, where I said like, oh, I don't know if this bet would fold out a better hand or get called by a worse bet, but you know, these guys have history with each other, so they might think that it definitely can.
Can I see a river?
What was it?
Ace of spades.
I just wanted to see if I hit or not.
Oh. I assume you did not.
I did not.
Get a hit twice.
He's on CC. He fills up.
Yeah, right?
Joe McDown says a hand stronger than ace king isn't deuces or bluff, which is what he turned his hand into. Yeah, I don't think of deuces. Deuces technically is a pair, but on a king 10-7-5 board, especially after your opponent calls a flop bet, yeah, technically you do have a pair with deuces, but I don't really think of it as much of a hand. I bet at that point, like, you're not really playing the value of your hand. So yeah, so I think yes, pretty clearly it was a bluff. But right, I don't even think of it as like, oh, you're turning a pair into a bluff. It's just like deuces is just not really much of anything.
Sure, everybody was asked to see it anyway, but just in case.
Got a lot of big hands today. Really interesting. Sometimes it just happens where like everyone just gets a hot streak of cards, and sometimes it happens where everyone gets a cold streak of cards. But right now, getting a lot of good cards. Really good fold from Jaeger. Facing it 3-bet. Nice discipline fold with the ace jack. Ace jack off.
So on the 21, 22 is Tuesday, Wednesday, will we have a 2-day scale or no?
I don't know.
I have a hair appointment on 22nd, so if you do have a for me.
Oh, you have a hair appointment in LA? You're flying all the way out here for a hair appointment?
Go Red Wings in the YouTube chat. Ask who's commentating. My name is Don Dean.
You can play the 3200 here.
My screen name is Asa. So if you search on Google like Asa Poker, AESAH space poker, you can find out a bit about me.
Yeah, but you don't want to. You could play at the tournament though. That would be a good reason to be here, right?
Tournament for social media, you have to win.
And the tournament here too small.
125 is the raise.
Too small.
Wayne is indeed brawling in the poker
Tournament for
streets.
winning money for social media.
I've been approaching them wrong
And
this
also
whole time.
California test, so it's now California test is very new.
Joe McNo says, putting the other man to the test is a key, more or less make him decide. Yeah, definitely Lion. Put Casper to the test there. Put him in a really hard decision. Made him make a really hard decision. You can't put him to the test too much though, because like if you're just always raising, then they're gonna be a little suspicious if you overdo it, right? They're gonna be like, this guy can't have it every time, and they're just gonna call you, and you're gonna lose a lot of money.
The problem is that a lot of people send me the messages. They do like on my YouTube because I do really want to talk about poker, not just drama. Tell people how much money you make it. I was the person.
Sounds similar to Fremlin, yeah. Jeremy's a good friend of mine.
But I feel annoying, because people never understand. No point. They want to see the drama.
So I'll take that as a compliment. I think he's a smart guy.
Yeah, they
So
want to see a pretty bluff,
75.
Was it quite here?
Wager for $1.
Quite? No, Eric?
No, he's busy. Thanksgiving, Black Friday, like all the business people have like a ton of things.
Go Red Wing says, one key to success in poker is you need to like it. Yeah, I mean, it depends how you define success, right? Like a lot of people think success. A lot of people, at least like in the Western culture that I grew up in, I guess I would say like Chinese culture also. I'm Chinese, but I grew up in America. But a lot of people think success is just making a bunch of money. And I will say, like, if you're trying to just make a bunch of money in poker and you don't like poker, it's gonna be like 100 times harder.
Yeah, no one's gonna be closed on.
Than if you actually like the game.
I would just shop online.
Jeremy is great, except for the fact that he's a Patriots fan. From Owigum in the Twitch chat. Well, I don't even watch sports ball, so I guess you have nothing against me then.
One stream. We have.
I'll stake said Kumikon did it. Yeah, exactly. If you guys have the time, I highly recommend listening to this dude's interview. You can find it online. Kumikon, his goal was to make like 7 figures playing poker and then retire at a young age, and he was just very dedicated to that, and that was his goal. Very interesting to hear that perspective. Personally, I would never do that. I think the idea of like working hard in your youth so you can enjoy the rest of your life is, I mean, it's not so black and white, but I'm not a huge fan of that idea.
200.
Personally, I'm more of the opinion, again, it's not black or white, right? But I'm generally more of the opinion that it's like, hey, you're always going to have opportunities throughout your entire life to do things, so just enjoy life now.
No Harry, no food.
Yeah, no wine.
It's good. was a
Wait,
good
how are you
score.
spelling wine?
What?
I said, wait, how are you spelling wine?
Oh, yeah.
Kumiko on the PLO Beach, yeah. Again, his interview, you can listen to it online. Just probably find it through Google.
Oh, no wonder
Would
it
definitely
ended right in
recommend.
this spelling bee.
That's nice with the dark close.
65.
Also reminds me of another prop bet that I don't remember the name, but another poker player did, where it's like, would you stay in a bathroom, pitch black bathroom, just locked in the bathroom? People will bring you food, but that's it. You have to stay there for 30 days, but they give you like, I forgot how much money, like $1 million at the end of it. So that's kind of like a more extreme version, right? Like, are you willing to like sacrifice like your time and sanity for money? Personally, I would definitely not do that. I just think like the mental damage you would be causing yourself that could potentially have lifelong effects would just not be worth it. Even though like your hourly would be like incredibly high, right? I'd rather make, and I know like not everyone would agree with this, but for me, I would rather make like $30 an hour doing something I really like than $100 an hour doing something I hate.
I can take it. I give him 10.
Go Red Wings asks what stakes do I play. I don't play as much poker anymore these days, but I don't mind playing like the 5. I was just playing 510 just before commentating the show at the bike. But if I do play live, I usually play the 5-5 $1,000 cap game at the Bicycle Casino. I just played 510 today because like the 5-5 waitlist was too long. I don't mind playing higher, but yeah, generally like to play the 1,000 cap.
Don't have overs, don't have a straight draw.
Got another continuation bet here. Takes it down.
Yeah, you can start.
Yeah. Gotta quit playing my queen deuces spades every time.
Got a lot of small pots. Raise pre-flop call and then bet and fold on the flop.
Oh, there's a game? Oh, whose game is it? Oh, is it right now?
Last
Yeah,
one.
yeah, starting.
You leaving now?
Last one.
He's going to,
Oh, you're winning
Go
for
Red
the
Wing
night.
says, I catch myself being unsocial and I don't like it. I used to talk
It's
so
very
much
good
more than I do
waste.
now. Some
You
sessions I
already
do
was
better
in
than
your
others.
game wrong.
Yeah, I think like if you're in a good mood, that also like
Yeah, not me.
I have a lot of experience
there's no next time, okay?
playing like video games at a very high level, and I know like
Yeah, was late.
it's very
Just finish and go.
200.
invisible in a sense, like it's very hard to notice. But if you're in a good mood, you'll just play better. Like your brain will just be working better. Like I don't really know how to explain it better than that. I know that's not very scientific or anything, but if you're in a good mood, you're just gonna be sharper and making better decisions. And I think like it's very clear to see that like a lot of times people who are not in a good mood at a poker table, like if they just took a bad beat, they got stacked. A lot of times you'll notice they're playing worse, right? Like why are they playing worse? It's because it's the opposite of what I just said. Like they're not in a good mood. They're just making worse decisions than average because like their brain is operating at like a lower function than normal. Again, I know that's not very scientific, but it's something that I strongly believe in.
Yeah,
51.
We're at League Player. Yeah, I worked on Riot playtest for 2 years. So I've played quite a lot of League Legends. I just play quite a lot of video games in general. Do I have a day job? Technically playing poker, but I guess I'm the opposite of Kumikon, where it's like technically playing poker is like my main source of income, but I'm not like I don't play like a ton of hours because I'm not like chasing that goal of like retiring at a young age.
You can do 105 or you can do 55.
Yeah, I play a lot of League. I play a lot of CS. Play some Valorant now. The game I'm competing in right now is Teamfight Tactics, also made by Riot.
150. Five.
Got 3-bet from 9-7 suited, mixing it up from Kitty. There's been a lot of like, just like the run of cards that people have been getting, there's been a lot of premium hands we've seen today. So like, I think from K's perspective, like not knowing what people have, you could see like a lot of raising and 3-betting, and be like, oh man, like people are really mixing it up, and then like you want to get in there and mix it up too. And I definitely don't mind the 3-bet with 9-7 suited. I think it's completely fine. But I'm saying like sitting at the table in that situation, I think like you kind of get the impression that everyone else is in here with trash all the time, given that most of these are not going to showdown. But people are actually just aren't hitting a lot of hands. Jaeger turning top pair. Let's see if Kitty wants to continue with a 9 high or give up. Ace is generally a good card for Kitty's range. She could definitely 3-bet and then continuation bet the flop with a lot of hands like Ace Queen, Ace King, Ace Jack. But obviously we up here, we can see the cards. We can see that this actually hit Jaeger, who turned the top pair with the Ace Queen here. Kitty continuing to bet on the turn. Again, it's a good turn card for her to bet, but unfortunately for her, Jaeger hit the card, and Jaeger decides to just go all in here. It's back to Kitty, who can't really do much with her 9 high. Just lays it down. She has no outs. Can't really imagine Jaeger would be bluffing at all with the amount of money left.
Thank you. Do you need ID?
Alvin League, Astral Ranking League. I'm Challenger. I'm like top 20 right now in Teamfight Tactics. In League, back in the day when I worked at Riot, I was Diamond. I was actually like the minimum required to like apply for the position, but we got the cumulative winnings for all the players here. Lion up 5,000, Casper down 5,000. Again, from my perspective, sitting here, that's like a lot of money from an absolute sense, but in the context of a 5-5-50 game, it's basically one buy-in, so really nothing too crazy. Nothing to get out of bed for. Young Trap says, I think call would be better. Yeah, potentially. Like, obviously, like, since we can see the cards, calling is the only way. Like, if he raises there, Kitty's just going to fold all her bluffs, whereas if he just calls, Kitty might get to the river with 9 high and think, okay, like, the only way I can win is to jam, right? But there's not that many draws out there, so if he just calls with that stack sizes, I believe the pot would have been something, I don't know exactly, but I believe the pot would have been something like $6,000 with like 1,500 or something like that behind. Again, sorry, I'm sure that's not exactly right, but it's hard to imagine Kitty would have bluffed the river, so I think just jamming on the turn there is reasonable as well. But calling, it's good to point out that from Young Trap in the YouTube chat, I'm glad you pointed that out, that calling is definitely a good, a solid option at that spot as well. I think if they had more money behind, I think calling makes sense, but at those stack sizes, it's hard to imagine Kitty bluffing the river.
Oh, he's okay.
175.
Go Red Wings asked, why don't I play much poker anymore? I just don't enjoy it as much as I used to when I first started playing poker. I played a lot at Bicycle Casino. I was playing like 50, 60 hours a week, like weeks on end, like every week in the entire year. Just because like I just like was really bored if I didn't play poker. But these days I just like I mean, I've been playing for like a decade, so it's just not I don't hate poker, right? But I don't like it as much as I used to. It makes you sad. Well, I mean, after you play a game with a deck of cards for a decade, it's very difficult. Obviously, like, props to those people who do manage to pull it off. But it's very difficult to maintain the same level of passion the entire time. We got a three-way action here on the flop. Middle pair versus bottom pair versus a gut shot, plus the overcard. Nine giving a middle pair to Kitty. Everyone with a pair here, most likely just going to take their showdown value, and it does check around, which is generally what I would expect because, for example, with a hand like King 10, for example, you're not really expecting someone to fold a queen, and you're not really expecting people to call you with a worse hand that often, although maybe it would have happened in this case. So generally, checking is what I would expect to happen. Again, like, I'm saying this in lieu of the dynamics of the players, which I don't know about.
You still have to scan your cards back.
Really?
How can you scan his cards there if he's moves to you?
Yeah. They just have you locked in.
Nick Cooper says, can I come down and play seriously, or how can I get on the list? I think you can
I'll just take it.
When somebody starts in a seat, then it's
contact Wayne at, hold on, let me see if I can figure it out. Yeah, email our producer, Wayne Chain, at, I don't know if that's how you pronounce his last name, at Wayne, W-A-Y-N-E, at livethebike.com. You can come down, but you cannot play seriously. You have to play and have fun. Because that's the most important part of poker. Nicholas Teo says, LATV needs to make changes and get enough players for the live games to attract audiences again. I don't know. I mean, it seems like we have an audience in here. If you want more of an audience, feel free to email Wayne the same email that I just gave with suggestions. Fernando in the Twitch chat says it seems like they don't care about the stream. I definitely think they do because the graphics were updated. Like last time I commented, the graphics were updated. Obviously, like I'm here, I care about it.
Oh, there we go. Down.
I assume if you're watching it, you care about it. Otherwise, like, what are you doing with your life, right?
Heads up.
There we go. Nightbot bailing me out with an email right here. If you want to get into this game, email our producer. You got 3-bet from Jaeger. Ace Jack off versus Casper, Jack 10 suited. Jaeger flopping the backdoor nut flush draw, 2 overcards. Decent board continuation bet because the other player's not super likely to pair any of those cards, but it's also like you're not likely to have, as a 3-better, you're not likely to have those cards either, but you could have like overpairs. Casper calling with a Jack 10 suited, very surprising. Not even a backdoor flush draw, Jack high. He's going for a reverse float. I assume he's gonna put a bet out on the river because I assume he's not calling to try and win with Jack high at showdown. So Casper checking the turn. I'm assuming if Jaeger checks back, then Casper's gonna put a bet on the river and try to win it, and it'll probably work. But it looks like Jaeger's just gonna bet the turn. Casper just gives it up. Fernando Gomez in chat says, just my YouTube chat, just my opinion, live bike is what got me into watching poker streams. You do seem enthusiastic about commentating. Another thing is, like, if you're not from the US, like, there's a major US holiday tomorrow. Thanksgiving, so the game is shorthanded. But this is out of the last few times that I've commentated on the show personally, in the past like month or so, we've had a full table every time. So this is actually the first time that I've personally ever commentated, and the table has not been full. So and I think, like, again, Thanksgiving, our American holiday, is probably a big reason for that.
Shut up.
What?
You check,
Me?
you check.
I have 6 seconds.
Good.
King's gonna win it with 8 high here.
6
I
high?
think my 8 high
Six
win,
high,
right?
6 high, yeah.
Six high. Oh.
I was like,
Not
keep
bad,
off
good.
because I should.
Yeah, it plays over the deuce. That's how you say it now.
Alama?
Oh, no, I don't even.
You're leaving?
No, I'm needed like in 15 different fucking places.
You can't be in more than one place at once?
Well, you can tell Jonathan then.
Oh, there's only 10 places, but you're needed in 15.
Yeah, they're not all on
Yes,
this
sir.
location.
DJS saying professional Keno players house edge is 25%. Yeah, I don't know anything about Keno, but I've personally never heard of a professional Keno player.
No, he didn't
As
straddle.
far as
He
I
didn't
was
straddle.
aware,
He didn't
there's
straddle.
no, like,
Straddle?
Yeah.
as far as I'm aware, and I could be completely wrong, there's no skill involved in that. Like, obviously, like in poker, right? Like every time you have a decision to make, you can make a decision better than another player, and then you can get an edge on them. But again, as far as I know in Keno, that is not the case.
Too much for me. It's my first time playing here on stream, right? Like, you know, I want to relax a little bit, but.
300.
Oh no, because Tiger started, that's why I ended it. But I thought if you guys want to keep going with it.
I'll do it like every
Every,
3 rounds, 1 round every, you know, so 2 rounds off, 1 round on, it's fine.
I mean, whatever, you know.
It's fine.
Got some more raise, c-bet, fold.
So yeah, we can do 2 rounds off, 1 round on. And then someone started so we don't forget where. Someone just always starts it in the same place.
Oh, just like
Or just do it when the
all
button's
the
on one.
time, and when dealer change we can start, but the next dealer count then we do all the time. It's easy to count.
Oh, you mean
Otherwise-
like 50 fit, like one
50
dealer?
Yeah, because it's easy to remember.
Yeah. You're saying 1 dealer off, 1 dealer on.
Yeah. It's better to remember that. Who is going to know how many rounds?
We can ask the dealer to keep track, I guess. Because I don't think he wants to play it like that.
Yeah, but it's like 50-50. It's the thing you do 2 rounds, 2
Yeah.
off, same thing.
75 now.
I mean, it's up to Jaeger, because. No, I mean, it is.
I mean, it is, right? Like,
Yeah,
it's,
you're the one that yes or no, you know? When there's no consensus, then, you know.
Nick Cooper in the chat says he's coming down to play on the show. Looking forward to seeing you.
You think better?
Lock seat 2,
Can
alright.
you guys keep track of it?
Yeah, when do you guys want to do it
So
though?
2 rounds off, 1
So
round
you're
on.
just straddling right now?
Yeah.
I want to.
She
Okay?
wants to, she's a
Let,
Bitcoin
let
right
them see.
She needs
See
some
if he doesn't
bags.
want to do
I
it
don't
like
like
that,
it
you know?
play like 5-50.
As far as where it starts, it should just be
I
seat
like
1.
it to.
Okay, so
For the
I'll
button.
start it, but if you guys
When the
keep
button's
track.
on you. When the button's on.
Okay, 2-1, okay?
So we're off. So
As
we're
long
off.
as long you're comfortable, it's fine. I don't really care. If you don't do it, I don't mind at all. I'm not
That'll
an
be
asshole.
cool.
Because it's not like we have players, we don't want to.
No, I understand.
Yeah,
So,
pretty
as long as they don't feel comfortable, they don't need to do it.
All your players playing everything cancelled today?
Yep.
Jeremy Down says people love to hate on the originators. What is the originators?
I'm sure they'll be able to do it. Keep track.
You already saw people came in and left.
Alright.
All winners.
Bring in wolves.
Hey, not all the H are sent, okay?
2. They want 3, 1 to Baccarat.
I don't know what that means.
Because they want, they had someone else to go.
And then John's like, oh, we gotta start at 5:10. I'm like, okay.
75.
75. Card control, do you copy? Good call.
Oh, they want to start at 5:10?
It already started. Just-
Were you trying to get players to come in there? Or?
I've been trying.
You live streams LeBron Circus? Yeah, I don't know. I haven't watched any of them personally.
Well, and then Saya's getting started,
but
so that's kind
I mean, all I can say is like, if you enjoy the show, you're welcome to hang out here, watch this content that we're putting out, promoting the Bicycle Casino in SoCal. And if you don't enjoy the show, I mean, I don't think, as far as I know, no one is holding a gun to your head and forcing you to watch it. But yeah, I hope you guys are having a good time. And appreciate everyone in the audience who's choosing to spend their time watching Live the Bike with us.
225. Yeah, 75 and 225. Heads up.
Check.
3-bet from Jaeger against Wayne.
Can I get a red 9 of hearts and light at the bike?
Wayne flopping top pair could definitely get himself in a little bit of trouble here. Looks like he's got about 3,000 behind. The pot's 500. Basically a stacked pot ratio of about 6. Seems like it could be pretty hard to get away from this hand for all the chips potentially, depending on the run out.
Sure.
This is definitely one of those runouts where it's kind of good for Wayne in a sense, because he has the worst of it and the board's a little scarier, so he's probably less likely to put in money. Jaeger turning and nut flush draw along to go with his aces. Jaeger going for a small bet. Board pairs on river. Jaeger still with the best of it. Thinking about whether he wants to go for a value bet here. I think he probably should, right? Like if Wayne had a flush, I mean, it's pretty hard to make a flush, especially when Jaeger does have the ace of diamonds. It's pretty hard to make a flush, and Wayne might have raised him on the turn. So Jaeger definitely think about a value bet, it looks like, which I think is good.
All in.
Oh, he goes all in. Interesting. Yeah, I like it. Just going for max value. He thinks he has the best hand, which he does, and then he goes for it. I think a lot of players might be scared to go for like this sizing just because they're like, oh, like I don't know if my hand just being like one pair is good enough. Technically 2 pair, right? Of course. But yeah, I like it. Just goes for max value, putting Wayne to the test, as someone said earlier in the chat. Making Wayne have a really hard decision, because if he just bets a really small amount, like Wayne might just have a really easy call with his hand. What do you guys think? Is he gonna call? I think he's gonna fold, personally. Again, like, Jaeger's kind of polarizing, right? Like, he's not gonna be value betting a hand worse than King 9 here. So he's either value betting or he's bluffing. And if he's value betting, Wayne's hand's not good, and Wayne just doesn't think he's gonna bet flop, bet turn, and bet river as a bluff. And in this spot, he'd be right. Wayne, of course, being D22 so. I don't know why that's his name, but good fold. Low ganker and Twitch stat says was only a pot size bet left. Yeah, that's true, but like the flop and turn sizing was much less than pot. And I have definitely seen it's very, very common. I mean, I've played thousands of hours of live poker. It's very common for players to go for a smaller bet on the river, even with only a pot size bet left, with a hand like pocket aces there.
We went through this whole thing. I mean, whatever you want to do.
I think it's short, so we should just play, you know?
Yeah, sure.
King's Key and YouTube chat says, "What is poker?"
Yeah.
These questions are too hard for me to answer, man.
Probably also just good to play for the
55.
sake of the show.
Yeah. I don't think I've seen people chop on the show.
Yeah.
Right.
Very rare.
Yeah, let's just forget about that.
Yeah. So like there's many factors. It's short. It's gonna.
Yeah, I agree.
That's Proc in Twitch chat says, isn't K9 basically a bluff catcher on that board? Yeah, that's why I kind of thought Wayne was going to fold because, yeah, you don't beat any of your opponent's value hands. If you had a hand like Ace King there, I guess like maybe you could think your opponent's value betting a hand like King Queen. But with King 9 there, it's just there's no way your opponent's value betting a worse hand, so you're basically you can only win if they're bluffing.
Watch the video.
So yeah, even though you do have top pair, it is just a bluff catcher given the action. Once your opponent bets the flop and bets the turn and bets the river,
Bigger lies than me.
75.
as well as 3-betting pre-flop, I think. So yeah, there's just no way that they're gonna have a worse hand than King 9. If they're value betting, of course they could have bluffs, which is why he had to think about it for a long time on the river. Because if they didn't have bluffs, then it'd just be a really easy fold.
It's a sick story. You want me to tell it right now? So like, remember when Chinese poker open space?
Looks like we got a raise for again a continuation bet. Casper flopping top pair, making the call.
125.
I'm Russian, right? But I'm American.
Yen just gives it up. Takes a stab at it, and then says, alright, you know what? I only got jack high, no draws, no flush draw, no straight draw. I don't want to fight for this pot anymore. Perfectly reasonable.
And they're all speaking Russian the whole time, right? And you know, they're like basically they're basically colluding against me in a way, right? You know, but
you, how would they collude? Because you can see everything that's going on. Right?
yeah, but
They can share cards.
they're telling each other like
The dead card.
like where no
Juggling note in the Twitch YouTube chat says points out that yeah, something that I kind of like glossed over, or that's something I didn't mention at all, is there was the board did pair of fives on the river, so if your opponent was betting a hand like ace five,
you know, so I just kind of
they could have trips.
right? You know.
I think it's not super likely, but it is relevant that yeah, there are even less hands you beat.
Did
Did they know you spoke Russian?
No, they didn't know. That's the thing.
Yeah, and Casper at it again. Yeah, with a slightly better kicker. But if you look at the equities, 59% to 41%, it's because they're on most runouts they're gonna chop the pot, even though Yen has like the better hand right now. Any king, any queen, any jack, any ace, any 10, any 9, and it becomes a chop pot. Even if it comes like running threes, all right, chop pot. No matter what the river is, these guys are chopping if it goes to showdown.
There's a reason that
On this board texture, I would say they both have like kind of a medium strength hand, so I would expect them to check it down, but it looks like Yen goes for the bet.
At least in Asian languages.
Casper, is that what happened? I'm not really sure what happened on the river. It's hard to tell. Yeah, it looked like Yen bet and Casper called. Could be looking to get value from hands on the that could call on the flop, like a pair and a gut shot, like king queen, king jack, potentially. Sandy Joy, thanks for moderating in the Twitch chat. Appreciate that. Yeah, there's some talk about masks. I personally don't. I'm not an expert, so I don't really have much to say about that. Sorry. But yeah, it is California law to. I think that you have to wear a mask if you're indoors playing poker, but even that, I don't really know. I'm pretty sure it is. But again, I'm not a mask expert.
250.
Joe in the YouTube chat says that's why H-Rag is UG. Yeah. It's kind of like if you're playing H-Rag and you hit top pair, you're unlikely to get paid off for that much more, for that much, if you have the best hand. That would require someone to pay you off with like middle pair, right? And then obviously like you could be dominated by someone with a better ace. Yeah, so we got another small pot. It's on the flop and it's over. Top pair. Nothing for Casper. Looks a little flustered there. Understandable, he's been taking the worst of it on a few different occasions. Reverse implied odds, says Joe Mignon in the chat, and that is definitely completely true. Implied odds being the concept that's like, hey, I might invest like $10 now to win like $100, but I might get paid $100 if I hit. And reverse implied odds being the opposite of that, where it's like as the pot gets bigger, it's more likely to be bad for you than it is to be good for you. So ace rag is definitely a reverse implied odds hand, where it's like, yeah, if you have top pair of aces and the pot gets big, chances are you're going to be on the losing end of it with an ace rag.
If you lie to me, you'll pay me, right? So you said 1,000, right?
That's about 1,000. About 1,000.
So it's all English.
1,000.
Yeah, don't get upset, it's $200.
So I only pay you 1K if I lose. I don't care.
Pressure raise to 100, yeah, you're called. You raise to 1,000.
I don't know what's going on here.
How much you play?
It says 3-bet to 1,000. I guess that's what happened.
I'd be sick if I had like aces here and I could ball it.
Sorry.
I don't know.
Huh?
You can do
I didn't hear you totally drop it. Yeah, no worries.
Delta Pecco 1965 says really enjoy the stream from Twitch chat. Keep up the good work. Appreciate the kind words. I kind of assume that if people are in the stream that they're enjoying it. But yeah, obviously today we have had a few people come in the chat and say they're not enjoying themselves, which, I mean, I'm a little confused, but yeah, thanks for letting us know. I generally think just like you can't really go wrong spreading too much positivity benignly like that. Like, why not, you know? Isn't that just so much better than saying like, hey, like,
Why are they gonna renovate in here?
I'm not enjoying the chat, right?
Huh?
Or enjoying the stream?
Like, all the pictures, the walls, everything. That's gonna be weird.
They're going to be using this.
Yeah, if they decide this round.
When are they gonna do it?
Soon.
Okay.
Okay. Oh. 60?
Yeah, 60 more.
65 total.
Donald Jones asks how much is buy-in. I actually don't know. It's 5,550, so
65 total.
oh, okay, thanks. It's 2,000 minimum, I'm told. 2,000 minimum uncapped. If you want to come down to play, we are located near Los Angeles.
$75.
75.
We got blind versus blind hand, ace queen versus ace 8. Yen going for a very small continuation bet. Charlie thinking about with his ace high, but wisely gives it up, and I think it's a good give up because ace 8. Ace 8's a little better than, like, I would say it's getting out of like the ace rag territory slightly, but again, like, even if you call there, you could easily be dominated as in that scenario. And even if you do have the best hand, it's going to be very hard to win because a lot of the hands that are worse than yours are going to put in more money later on, like kind of forcing you to fold in a sense. And when I say it's forcing you to fold, you can say, well, what if I just don't fold? Well, then you're going to be losing more against their value range. So it's like even if you do have the best hand, it's going to be hard to get to showdown and win with it out of position.
I don't want to call because I don't want to give you a finish. So.
And that's all assuming you do have the best hand, because as we can see, for example, in that situation, you oftentimes will just not have the best hand with ace 8 high.
You have the button, right?
Yeah,
Okay. Straddle's on. You guys
The
agree?
button, yeah, when the button's on me.
The engineer says loves the streams, gives me something to watch while I work on my strat for tomorrow. Yeah, I love the stream too. That's why I'm here.
Straddles just started. Kitty, you're first?
Oh,
Straddle.
Am I straddle?
No, the straddle's on.
I'm sorry. 2.
200.
Okay, raising up 200, ace queen off. Got Wayne the big blind, gives up with a queen jack off. Jaeger king 7 suited defends the straddle. Really low flop. It's not very likely someone has a deuce or a 3. It's not impossible, of course, but it's pretty unlikely. So generally, it's just going to come down to who has the better hand pre-flop, which usually is going to be the pre-flop aggressor. So a pretty good board for Katie to put a continuation bet out on, and she does. Gets Jagger to fold out his equity. Not a bad result with ace queen. And of course, obviously, you don't mind if they call and you have the better hand, or you have position in a bigger pot later on. But yeah, definitely a board that you would want to be continuation betting at a pretty high frequency, just because. Yeah, again, with the board very unlikely to interact with either player. Generally, whoever was a pre-flop aggressor will have the stronger range. They're gonna have like aces, kings, queens, jacks, whereas the other player probably most likely are not gonna have those hands that often. Of course, they can mix it up, maybe just like flat calling with aces, but then there's a lot of reasons not to do that too. So.
Small blind with big handing feels so weird to me. Sick on the 5-5 50.
Oh, well, because originally it was like everybody Andy's $5, but it's just too hard to keep track of.
No, but not even that.
Busy. Back up and slows down the game a lot.
Yeah, well, it just evolved from a certain thing.
200.
Haven't seen this hand in a while. Ace king. Raises up from Wayne on the button. Jaeger queen 10 suited in the small blind. Just makes a call.
Can I print that, please? Thank you.
Go heads up. Good flop for Wayne. Flops the top pair, top kicker. Not much of anything for Jaegers. He's got backdoor flush draws, some backdoor straight draws, but
25. Take it.
So dead in here, man.
Yeah, this is Thanksgiving.
I did it because Henry not here, so not loud. It's kind of quiet.
That's why we got him.
No, please don't. It is too loud. Anyway.
It's better to be too loud than too quiet.
They also shut the door, which has a big effect.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it'll get a lot quieter.
alright. So it looked like we had a Jaeger calling on the flop, turning middle pair, and then folding after even hitting middle pair, which was a good fold because Wayne did have top pair. So, but it kind of just goes to show why I would just recommend folding on the flop because he hits one of the best possible turn cards for his hand. I mean, probably like best card, I would say, for his hand, and then still folds to a turn bet. So in that case, I would probably just fold on the flop. Generally. Again, no real absolutes in poker. Maybe he thinks like Wayne's double barrel is not going to have a lot of bluffs, but he's going to c-bet like a big part of his range. In which case, that could be reasonable.
They should not stay in business because of you.
No, they don't care. So many rich people.
PQ saying, I thought 10-7 was a necessary fold. Yeah, I think it's very easy to be like results oriented when we can see the cards. Like just hypothetically, if Lion had top set in that hand and Casper called it off, I could just see all the messages in YouTube chat being like, oh my god, what a terrible call. Obviously 10-7 was no good there. But you know, when you can see the cards and then everyone's like, oh no, what a bad fold, right? So yeah. It's I mean, it's understandable. It's basic human cognitive biases. Like humans, we want to think we're smart, and yeah. But I mean, if you really are sharp, then you just go to the tables and make the money playing the poker yourself. So, but yeah, it's really important not to be results oriented. I think that's really common, just like from players, where it's like, oh, like I called off like top pair here and ran into a set. Like, was that a bad play? Well, no, not necessarily. Like, if you thought most of the times your hand would have been good and this time it wasn't, that doesn't mean that it was a bad play. Like, there's really you can't just say like just because it didn't work out in this one instance then it was bad, because there's no way to know. Like, when you're actually in the moment, there's no way to know what your opponents have. Otherwise, like, what would be the point of playing poker? Three bet from Yen with a mystery hand.
500 or 475.
Looks like a small C bet on the flop. Kitty calling. Pretty dry board with pocket fives. She does have position. It's a little scary because pocket fives can't really improve, but maybe she's thinking Yen's not gonna multi-barrel with as a bluff. But again, like the dry king high board, definitely good for the pre-flop three better, who's much more likely to have ace king. Yen does go through, falls through on the turn, mystery hand, and Kitty gives up. So yeah, I like Kitty's play. We don't know what Yen had, but I can say like whatever she had, three betting and then betting twice on that board is definitely not something that's too unusual, no matter what.
You want to say your Hearthstone ID or what?
What was the first one?
Yeah, same thing.
Travels off.
Yeah,
Potato,
it's
potato.
always one over,
hard?
you know?
Huh?
Because if you had ace king, it would have
I never got good at all.
Worst nightmare, you know, you have
I
a
played
big ace
StarCraft.
pair and then one ace something.
75. I got good that. Never professional. Good. Double down.
Like they need that in Baccarat.
Yeah.
What's the mask? I don't see it. I didn't realize that.
You want your big?
'Cause I thought you only played the streamers.
Donald Jones says Yen had the nerve. Well, we don't know what she had. Maybe she just had top set. Who knows? Maybe she had 7 deuce offsuit. Well, we will never know.
Yesterday, the guy here, so funny, he was speaking on the phone, but he didn't need to use the speaker. Like, everyone can talk maybe. Like,
Voluntary shuttle from
like,
Right, like it's not
I,
consistent
like
like
I already got it.
Oh,
You live closer to here over there.
that's like
175.
10-minute difference.
Five.
Raise 500.
Three bet with ace king. 10-9 suited. I'm assuming it's going to defend. We'll see. Maybe even thinking about a potential 4 bet. Oh, he gives it up. I was wrong.
Take it.
Definitely kind of dangerous to defend a hand like that because if the flop comes 10 high, like you could definitely still be behind hands like jacks, queens, kings, aces. A lot of people think of suited connectors as implied odds hands, but in reality, they're very frequently in 3-bet pots. The stacked pot ratio is not that much, so you have a lot more like reverse implied odds from like hitting top pair and losing when stacks go in, compared to like how often like you're gonna hit a straight or a flush.
I start from 9 p.m.
Which you just don't hit that many straights or flushes, even with suited connectors and no limit hold'em. The odds are against you, and sometimes like what if you flop like an open ender and perhaps overcards or something, and then like you put a lot of money in the pot and you don't hit, for example. Because like if you can see all 5 cards, then that's a different story. But a lot of times you're gonna have to call the pre-flop bet. Flop continuation bet is coming at high frequency. Turn continuation bet potentially as well.
So you dressed up but you didn't go out?
Yeah, but at least in the picture, I try to go.
Oh.
I dress up for you, but I
Dress up for social media.
he probably hit.
Charlie ace queen off again. We'll definitely imagine he's not folding this one.
My good friend was his coach because his best friend is my coach.
Oh, you guys have the same, or his best
No,
friend is
they
your
are
coach?
same group, but his best friend is my coach. So
Yeah.
we know each other, but we never close.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Was he excited that you won?
All right, I lied again.
We
You know what?
I mean,
No, I mean not because he
I think
was a
it's.
high roller, right?
I think
He
most
plays
players will
high
not be
rollers.
folding ace queen off pre, but you know everyone's got their own play style and whatever's works for them.
Person would be very excited to win the main, but he plays all the time high rollers. I don't know if
yeah,
it's
high
the
roller
same.
wins aren't.
I think it's a little too tight, but yeah,
The high roller player.
He buys it like 100
When
rolls.
you see
it could definitely be
high roller
troublesome. Like if you don't hit top pair, right? Like it's kind of difficult to play.
Very good with high roller, probably not good with
Again, like what I mentioned with reverse implied odds. Let's say the flop comes 10 high and you face a continuation bet. Like what are you gonna do there? A lot of times,
Better,
Um,
better, but he didn't win, right?
No, Fedor didn't.
it could definitely be tough.
Got it?
We got cumulative winnings again.
But you know what I mean?
Again, game is 5,550, so
For someone who's
$5,000 win for Lion. It's about 1 buy-in. It's not really anything too crazy.
It's not as satisfying.
Yeah,
It's a good chunk of change from like absolute dollar cents, but yeah.
Especially when the main event champion, they have 100%
Better
themselves.
than me.
When you play high roller, you don't have a 10% yourself.
Also, he did have 100% of himself.
He swap
Yeah,
is
a
a
lot of
couple
people
guy.
in Maine just
They just buy into
yeah.
themselves.
Yeah,
thought they do
I have
package
100%
different
any
ways.
kind of my play. 25k, 100%, everything 100%. Because you never know when you're going to win. I don't want
Kitty stack is wrong $400. Yeah, I assume that's wrong as well. I saw that. I didn't really feel like.
No,
Yeah, I just assume that's wrong.
Maybe swap is a good friend.
Swap, yeah.
Like some good player, you think as in late roll, then you swap.
Yeah. Did you swap or do you just keep it? Do you?
He?
You probably do.
I swap with my husband all the time. Fuck it.
Martin Mirren, YouTube chat asks anyone here play Hungry Hungry Hippos.
Sorry.
I do not, but I play a very similar game called No Limit Hold'em.
Yeah, kind of like a friendly
That's
gesture.
what you're doing,
I wasn't gonna.
I
If I
swap
was
with
gonna play
Maria
myself,
Ho.
yeah.
And
Did she go far? Or you went further, right?
She went
I will,
further.
yeah. She asked me. I never asked.
It's
her.
kind of similar. Like there's like a limited amount of chips on the table, and like you're just trying to get as many chips as you can.
Yeah.
So when I ask my friend, maybe they don't feel comfortable saying no. So I will never ask
Yeah,
people.
yeah, yeah. You don't want them to
I
go.
am okay if my friend asks me, but I personally never ask them because I don't want to feel like, oh, I'm better than you, you know?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Benjamin says, if my father owned this place, I would ask him to fire the player who folded ace queen. I don't know how to break this to you, but the players here do not work for the Bicycle Casino. They are customers. The Bicycle Casino simply provides a place for them to play poker. And the customers, which is the beauty of poker, are free to do whatever they want in terms of playing poker. They can't do whatever they want outside of poker, but yeah. As far as in the game, yeah, they can play however they want. And that's a great part of poker, because poker would be really lame if you had to do certain things. Like you had to raise like a 22% range from this position, and you had to c-bet this percent sizing. That'd be terrible.
Oh, he's your coach?
Yeah, he's my coach.
Paul P says C5 is a hottie. Does he do modeling? I don't know. You'll have to ask him.
Wins only 4 WPT.
No,
I feel
no,
bad
no,
for
no,
him
no,
too.
no,
And I
no.
feel bad for Corey
When you go to
Saul asked why there's still little players. Tomorrow is a major American holiday called Thanksgiving. So I think a lot of players are out for that. The last few times I've commented on the show, we've had a full table. So yeah, I think it's definitely related to that. So unfortunately, we have a little shorthanded game, but
Once you become a name, it doesn't even
it's
matter
okay.
if you,
Thanks for tuning in anyway.
obviously a lot of like famous players are good, but they're not like super.
Oh, but that's
You got JJ in the chat.
good though, right? 'Cause then,
No,
What's up?
because
You always want options.
you don't want, you cannot get a play. No one wants to play with you.
Yeah.
There's a pretty good board for the pre-flop raiser. Again, like not super likely someone hit trips
It's just like
or like a set of fours.
name, is it like
So it usually comes down to whoever has a better hand pre-flop, which generally is going to be the person who 3-bet pre-flop. It is not in this case, as we can see the cards that Charlie has a queen high and the caller has ace queen. But generally this board is going to be better for whoever 3-bet pre-flop, so it's a pretty good board to put a continuation bet out on, which Charlie does.
He's very angry. He yelled, like, he yelled us. Why you invite the best player in the world?
Oh, Garrett?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Gary told
Really
me,
big continuation bet, and Jaeger gives up the ace queen. Charlie's been playing like a little tighter, and he used that to his advantage in this hand, so
Well, maybe
it's a nice pot for Charlie, taking it down with queen high.
insanely short staff, so and they won't listen to me.
Also, Gary got upset because you
He
invited.
told me after, he said, he thinks Darren is the best poker player in the world.
Really? I mean, I don't.
He's way too good. Yeah, trust me. He's a...
Benjamin says to fold ace queen is a crime.
I
These players also have been playing, like a lot of these are live with like regs, so they have like certain dynamics with each other that like,
Do markup?
you know, us being the spectators, we don't know what these dynamics are. There are definitely players out there that I would very quickly fold, even like ace king suited on the button if they 3-bet me. So
Okay.
again, like obviously, like I don't know what the dynamic between these players are, so it's very hard to be like, oh, like obviously he shouldn't fold there, right?
Overall, would you say you're up in like buying pieces or not?
I only buy the best.
Kitty defending the Ron hand, queen deuce.
Yeah, I normally not buying action. I buy because I do a people favor.
Yeah.
But I don't like buying people action.
Flop checks through. A
It's so
rare
stressful.
instance of the flop checking through today.
So you do more.
Never before seen.
Yeah, friendship. It's more about friendship. More.
I know somebody who bought that guy, the one that won the took second yesterday to Michael Adamo, like Kevin Robinson.
Yeah, he won't, right?
No, he took second.
Oh, okay. The Thai guy?
The
Japanese guy?
no, he's white. The guy.
Oh, okay.
I think they played in. I think it's 100K high roller. That
Yeah.
was like the second to last one.
You know it is.
Never mind. Flop didn't check through. The graphics are just wrong. It is still an elusive flop check through that we have never seen yet today. This guy's definitely fighting for the pot a lot on the flop. Not as much on later streets, but still a little bit.
725, raise all in.
Jaeger, I think it's 725 all in.
Is it something?
Not kidding.
Huh?
No, it's too late. He walked in. Yeah, I didn't know.
It was about 1,100.
Looks like Jaeger went for a bluff raise on the river, and then Casper,
Is it so straight up?
I guess, went for a rebluff.
No,
I mean,
rounds off.
I don't think that was a value 3-bet. I don't really know what his stack size is, but
Much more.
I had about maybe like 9 something.
No, total.
No, I had started with 13.
oh, okay. He didn't have that much left, so he's basically, yeah.
I think you should
He was
start
basically, yeah.
I only bet once.
And then Jaeger realizing at that point his 10s are not good.
It's not fun and not funny. No.
I know, I was miserable. Like, they were, I mean, I probably played a December 13 one there, but like,
They play here.
Benjamin says, seriously, if you play shorthand, no limit, you shouldn't fold ace queen. I mean, it depends, man. Like I said, I've definitely played with like I've played thousands of hours live poker, and I've played with a lot of people where even if I'm playing 3-pan against them, I know they're only gonna 3-bet like ace king plus. So
Yeah,
why
it's
would I
always
not fold ace queen in that situation? And so I don't know what the dynamics are with these guys. So again, when you're spectating, it's just, and we did see that in that hand, the other guy did have jacks, right? So it is definitely very possible that they just don't have a very aggressive 3-betting dynamic between them. But I would say that generally you're correct, like in a vacuum. Like if you download like pre-flop charts like from online or whatever, generally they're not going to be folding ace queen to a 3-bet from the button. Got a raise and a c-bet from Wayne with a top pair. Kitty flopping second pair. Paying off 2 streets, turning the flush draw on the turn too, but not hitting on the river. Nice value bet from Wayne on the turn with the flop top pair, even with a king out there. A lot of players might slow down with the overcard, but you do think like, hey, if they called the flop, they're not that likely to have a king on the hand, so it can be scary to have the king out there. But if you like think about like their range, they're not super it's not super likely to affect anything. So if you thought your top pair was good on the flop, even though it's only second pair on the turn, it is still very likely to be good.
Already? You lost?
No. Garrett doesn't play tourneys, right?
Bangman says you don't play poker with vibe, you play with statistics. Well, again, like this is what I said earlier about poker, is everyone can do whatever they want. So I would say you play with statistics. You don't know how I play.
No, she
I play however I want.
yeah, she didn't play. I
425.
I have.
But yeah, if you want to play with statistics, you are free to do that.
We don't have the same
No.
conversation.
Charlie 3-betting the king queen off. Kitty calling and flopping top pair.
$350.
Continuation bet from Charlie. Kitty raising up on the flop for value with a ace-10. Can't imagine Charlie's going to do much other than fold here. He's got a backdoor flush draw, 2 overcards, but overall, pretty weak hand to be in this situation.
Huh? I can't look. I say food, I gotta look. What am I missing out on?
What did your mom pack you that she didn't pack me? You waiting, Jaeger, or you want? Oops, sorry.
Look at that delicious food. I hope someone comes and brings me some.
75. $300.
Wayne raising up $75. Kitty 3-betting ace-8 suited. Quick fold from Wayne with the ace-jack off.
Have y'all played Case Leader before?
Yeah. $75.
All right, for real, we have the elusive flop check through. Charlie checking back the medium showdown value, which is pretty reasonable. Casper bluffing with the flush draw. Tough spot for Charlie with only a pair of 9s, no flush draw possible.
No, I can't.
Even even if he does have the best hand here, which we know that he does,
You don't heat 'em? How long?
it's going to be hard. He's not going to be able to get like another bet of value out of it, and a lot of river rounds. He's not going to be able to call another bet either if Casper follows through, which he does.
225.
So yeah, Casper following through with a river bet with a 9 high, saying, "Hey, I can't win this pot unless I bet." And it's going to be a really tough spot for Charlie with a flush out there, 3 overcards, and he does make the fold.
Is it just like, are you gonna
But yeah, that
heat 'em?
would have been a tough call. Nice bluff by Casper.
Yeah, I think it's always easier to drop it quick, but then you stall after.
Yeah, now I'm like dropping very slow.
There's one.
Alright, so we're doing straddles.
I lost 27 pounds since May. And
Joe McNown said 9-7 dreaming to hit. Well, as we just saw, you don't have to hit if you're willing to put in the bluffs.
But the one
There are other ways to win the pot besides hitting.
was, you guys know the cycling bikes?
Yeah. Oh, let's
The
like
Peloton.
Yeah. Doing
Pegs alert says Delta Pecco. I don't know what that means.
Yeah, high intensity interval.
Charlie now with the 9-7 this time.
30 minutes of that,
It's suited, so it's a little bit better.
like dribbling by the end of the session. Literally.
9-7 winning 2 pots in a row with no
Oh,
showdown.
and you're eating
I'm eating
you're
everything.
eating the same thing.
I'm
right?
eating everything. Yeah.
Legs alert?
Yeah, high intensity,
I don't know what that
like
means
you're
either.
burning, a
Yeah,
lot of
you start
calories.
burning, you burn fat
Yeah.
after you finish for the next 6 hours.
Yeah, that's what. Yeah, my
Yeah.
yeah, my husband does like
You're the shell
CrossFit.
kitty?
Yeah.
So he says the same thing. Like your body's still burning after you work out.
Right.
That's when it starts.
Sounds like work.
Yeah, I mean high intensity, like 30
Canadian
minutes
term.
is nonstop, like
Am I
fast.
straight
is-
up?
20 to 30 minutes,
Yeah,
yeah.
like a bit, like, but you
But
gotta
you-
push yourself, like.
Yeah, but let's say it's like 2 minutes of
Of like
low
this-
intensity and then 1 minute go like
Yeah, like-
crazy.
It's like sprinting, right? Like your body,
Yeah.
like it's fast.
As fast as you go, like as hard as you
Except it's way better for your body than sprinting is. 200. Sprinting like wrecks your knees.
Yeah. I think that's a better workout.
Raising up from the small blind, Jack 10 offsuit. K defending the straddle, Ace 4 suited. Or Ace 4 offsuit, my bad.
Quick and then get out.
Yeah, but
Top pair for Wayne.
it's like not gonna hurt you as
Not
much.
much of anything for Kitty.
That's why Peloton's just like so much better for
Quickly gives it up. This is the kind of board that's like, there's certain boards where you might want to defend ace high. I would say this is definitely not one of them. If you just think about like your entire range of hands that you might defend pre-flop on a 10-9-5 board, most of it is going to connect, so you don't really need to defend these hands like ace 4 that just don't connect at all. Even if you have a hand like king jack, you're going to have like overcards and a gut shot, for example. Just so many hands.
The coach yells at you if you don't work out.
Well, they're just like, come on, Pelotons, push it, like that kind of.
They're not yelling at you first.
Not personally, no. It's just like a program that you turn on, is my understanding. Yeah. I was like, I see you with that cheeseburger.
In YouTube chat, Esco Pagan says you have another chat. Yeah, we're streaming on Twitch and YouTube, so there's 2 different chats. I'm reading both of them.
We only did once.
Look at Michael Phelps. He eats 50,000
When my coach say, oh, you cannot drink, you cannot do
Boom,
this, fuck you.
shakalaka.
I'm doing anything I want.
They knew.
I want to have my own life.
Well, you want to enjoy too, you know?
Punish someone.
Huh?
You want to enjoy life too.
Or
but
get
Yeah,
punished
but
by
you
them.
also
I
wanna
don't
be
eat
fit.
like
I think it was the first time today I've
food
actually had
because
something.
I don't want to.
Dang.
But if I really want to
That's a
eat
big
something,
statement, Charlie.
Yeah.
I've not had a
it's
lot.
not good. Sometimes I still want to, you know.
Yeah.
I'm not sure.
I hate the channel
I've
told
not
you,
had
oh,
much.
you need to do this, you need to eat this, you know. No. But I was so upset. Like every time I went back to Taiwan, everyone think I'm fat.
Well, because in Asia it's like skinny and
This is bone. They don't have a meat. You know. I said, fuck.
it's like a different
150.
Yeah.
beauty, different type of
Yeah,
beauty.
different. Like I said, my dad see my booty. He said, "Oh shit." You
Casper
have a
raising
two
up, ace 10 off.
I said, "Dad, can you be nice?"
Wayne 3-betting the
I
same
swear to
hand.
God, my dad always said that shit to me.
In Asia, your butt is too big, right? But in
Yeah.
America,
Ace 10 off,
I
definitely a
like
nice hand to 3-bet.
Maybe my Vegas friend think I'm too skinny. He said,
Casper
"You
makes
look
a call.
fat." So I train my butt bigger and bigger and bigger.
It's going to be a
Now I
chop
go
pot
back
if it goes to
into
showdown.
oh,
Let's see if
shit,
either one of these
fucking
players takes it down. Generally, this is a good board to continuation bet.
it's just different.
Again, with a pair out there,
different
it's
areas of the
2 jacks out there, it's pretty hard for someone to have a jack,
275.
just due to the card removal.
Yeah, but depends. I mean, they're skinny. That looks good.
And when that's the case, whoever has a stronger pre-flop range, who again is a pre-flop 3-better, is usually gonna
Looks have changed over time.
have the
Like,
advantage. 2 possible flush draws out
like,
here.
This day and age,
Neither
it's
player has one.
muscles and big, but back then it's skinny and.
Wayne continuing to bet ace 10, probably trying to get his opponent off like a pocket pair potentially, with some outs if called. Maybe getting value from like a flush draw.
Not too much, but a little tone. You know?
And Casper will give it up.
Tone, not like.
Yeah. Do you guys know when do I start go to gym?
What?
Like I started find a personal trainer a few years ago. The reason is I was very skinny when I met my husband. But after dating, we travel the world for poker. I'm too comfortable in relationship.
Yeah.
So one time we have a sex.
Oh, this
Okay.
is
Okay.
personal.
Turn it
huh?
up, turn volume up, volume up, guys.
Turn up that gain, boys. We got a story on our hands.
I was on top. Okay?
Oh my god. She was on top.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Please
And
continue.
my husband
Sorry.
say, baby, where's your ab? Because when I dating him was so skinny, then we travel, I ate so much, and I lost my ab. And I said, oh, they went to vacation.
Wait, he said, where is your
Where are your abs?
abs?
But we have a
Abs.
sex. Yeah.
Abs,
But we
okay.
have a sex, I was on
Hey,
top.
Abs.
Just control.
And he asked me, where's my abs? I say, okay. Then I realized true love is a bullshit. Every man just animal. They want like something nice. I said, okay, I go work out.
So that's what made you start wanting to work out.
Yeah, a few years ago.
Because
Like,
your
yeah.
husband said that. Or your, yeah.
I just believe in no true love.
Russell, what are you doing, man?
I know.
No true love is always a body.
does he work out with you or
No.
No?
You
See
play
that,
video
that's the thing.
games.
That's the weird thing. Like women have to like,
Yeah.
but men like it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, does he have abs?
Yeah, does he
No.
have like abs? Does he-
There you go.
Yeah.
But you
That's your
don't
clap
make
back
him
right
work out
there.
with you, or you don't pay
No,
him?
now like all my friends they don't work out with me because I'm too tough.
You too what?
Too tough.
Oh, too tough.
Yeah, all my men they don't want to work out with me. Oh,
So
kill
is it 2 runs on, 2 runs off, or 2 runs off, 1 run off?
Oh, you mean because you
Two
work
rounds
out
off,
too
one
much,
round
like
off.
too hard for them
Yeah,
to.
yeah.
So this
They're
is
quiet.
But now I assume it's like it makes you feel good, like you have to work out. to
Every
feel
day I
good.
work out 2 hours.
Yeah, yeah.
Like last night I was really tired. Then my body said I need to go work out. And I go to the gym. Like
What do you do? Like.
I do cardio, but most of the time every day I have a trainer. But
Oh,
she went vacation. She went to New York.
Oh, okay.
Normally she fly with me
Oh, so you always work out with a trainer for the most part?
every day. Because I realized if you want your body change,
Yeah.
the personal trainer help the program.
Yeah.
Like every day she do different
75?
thing, so
Yeah.
your body cannot memorize. But if you go to gym, you always do same thing every day. You know.
You probably get faster results if you have a
Yeah,
trainer.
some,
telling
like,
you. Science, right? It's like a science.
When I go work out, I don't want to.
Defending with a jack 5 off
I was thinking
versus a
about
king
it.
4 off.
So when
Got
I
some
go
weaker
work out,
hands
I always
mixing it
think
up in
about
here,
do
blind
this,
versus blind.
do this, you know.
And C-bet will take it down.
So how long did it take you to see the results?
Joe says in fresh track on Charlie, nice.
Oh, 2 years?
Yeah, because I'm Asian, it's hard for me to build muscle.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I did really take 2 years.
It took until you saw like
Like really
like big difference.
tall.
Like everyone at any given time, like what kind of body you have, you always have some kind of problem, like some kind of issue that you're not happy about. Like
Of course,
you're too
yeah.
skinny or
Yeah.
too fat or you don't have abs. or
Billionaires
you don't-
want more money. Yeah, it's
Yeah,
okay.
it's just like yeah, you always want more.
Yeah.
It's over there.
Contentment is a state of mind, not a reality. That's physics.
Yeah, it's all mental, you know.
75.
Not playing the jack 5 offsuit this time, giving it up. Got a few orbits, not that much action. Let's see how some interesting storytelling. I completely agree that no matter who you are, like almost every single person I've ever met doesn't really like their body. Like even people with really good bodies, like part of why they're really good is because they don't like their body, so they just work super hard until it's like better and better and better, and then they still don't like it, so they're still working hard. And someone at the table, I don't know who said it, said contentment is a state of mind, and
That definitely is not a story.
definitely agree with that entirely. people who like their body has more to do with their state of mind than what their body actually looks like, for sure.
So then your husband likes like more muscle and like that. He likes that and like more. His type is more muscle.
She actually very
She also says digging kitty sweater style. Varsity. I'm not that into style, but these guys are playing on. They're signing up to play on something televised. They're gonna be a little stylish, for sure. Thanks for the insight, says Jose Kubron from YouTube. Yeah, no problem. I hope you guys can hear the table talk. I don't know how the audio is from your end.
305.
Kitty with aces here, 3 bets. Unfortunately, no action for her. Swain only has a king 10 off. Pretty usually gonna fold out to a 3 bet, barring unusual dynamics. Quick Stat Center from Twitch chat says, it's the first hand of the main event at the World Series. You have aces in the big blind and the table goes all in front of you. Do you call? I think you should definitely call. If you want to cash, or like, let's say you want to like win the main event, at some point you're going to have to put your entire stack at risk. And doing it with aces, you're not really going to get much better chances than that. No matter how good of a poker player you are.
Raise 100.
Good poker players will find spots where like the odds are in their favor, and that is basically as good as you can get.
450.
Nerd92 says, how often does aces win against 8 all-ins? I mean, I don't know off the top of my head, but you can check online on propercotools.com, for example, or Equilab. You can just look those up in Google. I'm sure you can find the answer very quickly.
Raise 100. $450.
Sapphire Heart Twitch chat says, it's the best hand you can get, but everyone going all in, the flop could favor any other player. That is true for any other hand as well. Like you're not as likely to win as if you're heads up, but if you do win, you 9x your stack instead of doubling it. So that's another big factor, right? Like, would you rather have a 20% chance to win 9 extra money, or like 70% chance to win 2 extra money? I guess it depends on your risk tolerance, but I'll tell you EV-wise, like the first one is higher EV. We got a 3-bet pot here. Mystery hand from Yen. Once again, putting out a continuation bet. Call from Kitty. Pretty light call on the flop. It's not too crazy. The c-bet sizing was really small.
1,000.
Turning a gut shot, a double gutter actually, a 7 or a jack would give it her straight here. And puts out a bet and takes it down.
This is the start, yeah?
Yeah, I believe it was 2 off. Strail for 50.
Good morning from Germany. Scaldus 888 in Twitch chat. Good evening from LA.
150.
Yen with a mystery hand again, raising it up. Jäger defending with an ace-10 off. Backdoor 10 high flush draw. Yen putting out the continuation bet, as she often does.
It's a healing quality.
Sure.
Jaeger makes the call with ace high. Turns top pair. Two possible flush draws out there. Yen checks it over. Jaeger checks and Yen checks it back. Sorry. And with a queen out there, Jaeger decides, hey, the flush got there. There's an overcard. I'm not going to value bet my ace 10. Maybe I'll just bluff cash with it. Checks it over to Yen, who puts out a big bet, and now he's in a tough spot, but he makes a quick call.
Because I was just like, I don't know. I'm from West Virginia. You probably don't have a lot of West Virginians there.
And it looks like he's good.
But that's all. That's about all I had.
We don't know what Yen had, but it could not beat ace 10. War 189 and Twitch chat says quality commentary, and Foodmaster in YouTube chat said something similar, so appreciate that. Thank you.
Truest response.
Definitely appreciate anyone in here just spreading positivity in general. Because why not, right?
I thought I lost because she flipped her cards over. Usually she doesn't flip her hand over.
150.
You know, I thought when she flipped her hand over, I thought I lost. You know?
Yeah, raise it up, jack 10 off. Casper making the call with ace 3 suit, and Kitty calling 6-5 suit 3 ways. Open ender for Kitty with a backdoor flush draw. A gutter for Yen. It is worth knowing that if Kitty hits the top end of her open ender and Yen is in the hand, that will be a sick cooler.
It's just like known for very specific things. Like it has.
Casper calling with a backdoor flush draw on the ace high. I think it's pretty loose on this texture, like queen 7-8. If you kind of think about like the range of hands people like to play, there's going to be a lot of hands that connect with this board. Even Yen's hand, like I would say, like misses the board, but she still has a gutter. So you just have a lot of hands to continue with. Kitty with a backdoor flush draw open ender. It's quite a lot actually. She just goes for the semi bluff on the flop, takes it down. I like the play. Even if you get called, you have a lot of equity. Even if you get called by something like a queen, for example.
Let me know the December 20.
Leave a message after.
A lot of times when you have like those types of hands, it's good to play aggressively because like worst case scenario, you get it in like a little bit ahead, but behind. But like best case scenario, you could get people to fold out hands that have, you know, like more than half their fair share of the pot, and just win immediately.
Well, still 50. No, you're into the gun.
I'm the straw, right? Yeah.
Those guys turn into a Spartacus moment for a
I was
second.
like, did I put it out?
I had
200.
5,000.
Yeah, no,
Something that took me about the good vibes people are talking about in both Twitch and YouTube chat. Something that took me like a long time to learn is a lot of times when, for example, let's say I was commentating on a live bike and someone's like, "Oh man, like your commentary sucks," and like I would get like offended, but like it took me like many years to learn. Like I started. And I still haven't even fully like learned it. I forget all the time, but I realize it's like when people say that, it's actually much more of a reflection about like themselves than it is for me, because it's like, why would someone do that, right? Like, why would someone go on to this show if they don't like it, and then say that they don't like? What's the purpose? And I think I've also experienced that myself too. Like if I've ever done that, been that person who like has gone into something and is like, hey, like this sucks, I have to ask myself like, why am I doing that, right? It's usually more internal, something that like I'm unhappy with, rather than like the object of what I'm talking about. We got this 9-7 suited again. This hand's been winning a lot of pots today, but it doesn't really look like it's going to win this one against pocket kings on the jack high board. It looks like Casper floating with the 9-7. Very interesting. And then just leading out on the turn. Can't imagine Wayne's going to fold pocket kings here.
Anything?
With a backdoor flush draw, hits a backdoor flush draw and just jams it in.
Oh, that'd be like we're chopping.
Run
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I'm gonna
Alright,
draw.
guys.
I'm gonna
King
draw.
play?
Okay.
Come on, look at king play.
Yeah, quick call from Wayne.
I missed.
Pocket King's definitely way too strong of a hand to fold here. You're not really gonna have something stronger than that often. I mean, jacks occasionally, like very rarely. Aces rarely, but aces is pretty much the same as kings in this spot. Because I wouldn't expect my opponent to play aces this way, so they're basically like equal in strength.
Happy Thanksgiving, guys.
The guys in the booth say happy holidays, Casper.
Say thank you. See you, Charlie.
Yes, thank you.
Yo, happy holidays to you too, Casper. Appreciate that. He said guys in the booth.
He's not really allowed, actually, to the outside portion. So you need
Why you leave it so
you're
early?
gonna need a badge. Yeah, they're real crazy about it now. It was cool when they didn't care about it. There's just like be somebody interesting in the game. You could just be like, come back to the booth and commentate.
era?
Yeah.
Got a lot of nines. Button's right.
Button's right.
Converted to 4 to 4 limit.
What?
Herbon says it says, in YouTube chat says it does say more about the person commentating. I actually don't think it's true because, like, well, let's just, like, take myself personally, like, removed from this and let's just talk about, like, some random movie, right? Like, let's just say, man, I don't even watch movies. Like, Squid Game. Okay, that's not a movie, but whatever. Like, obviously you're going to have people saying it's good and people saying it's bad. For literally any show, movie, like Live at the Bike, for example, you're going to have people saying it's good and people saying it's bad. So, like, it kind of, in the end, obviously it says something of like, let's say 100 people watch it and 99 people think it's good and one person thinks it's bad. Then yeah, that says something about it for sure. But generally, like, what my point is, like, the people that choose to, like, the people who choose to, like, repeatedly expose themselves to something that they claim that they don't like and then express that negativity, I think that says much more about the people, for sure. War 189 says, are these games open to the public? Great question. Yeah, actually this dude who's sitting here in seat 6, you can email him, wayne@livethebike.com, WAYNE, and yeah, you're definitely getting the game. We're located at Bicycle Casino in Bell Gardens in the Los Angeles area. But yeah, I think it runs like, I actually don't know, but I think it runs like pretty much every weekday. It won't run tomorrow because it's a major holiday. It's Thanksgiving in America.
Sound like it was Christmas Day.
But yeah, you're definitely welcome.
The punishment.
I mean, I had to rile up the table.
80.
We can play until 6, right?
Yeah. Good service.
Joe McNown said 9 outs for a flush draw. Open-ender adds 8. It's not actually true because 2 of those outs you hit a flush and a straight. So let's say you have a flush draw and then you also have an open-ender. You're actually only adding 6 outs, right? Because out of those 8 outs that the open-ender adds, 2 of them will be your suit. So you'll hit a flush anyway. So they're not actually extra outs because you already were winning on those cards. So it's actually 9 outs plus 6 outs.
225.
So it's 15 total for flush draw plus straight draw.
$675. Oh, sorry.
We got a 4-bet from a mystery hand
I
from
like
Charlie.
not bad.
Wayne makes a call with pocket 9s. They're pretty deep, so if he hits a set here, it definitely has a lot of implied odds. Interesting flop. Wayne does have 9 high flush draw and a pocket pair. I think it's a really difficult spot to play. Generally, I'd be looking to like, in Wayne's spot, I'd be looking to maybe call 1-bet and then probably giving up if I'm facing further aggression. Depending on the sizing.
350.
And of course, we don't know what Charlie has, but he bets pretty small, which is pretty normal in these 3-bet pots.
Just a salad.
Bad card for Wayne because Charlie could definitely be continuation betting with a hand like Ace King, King Queen.
You just ask for it in like a.
I guess more likely Ace King, given that it is a 4-bet pot.
In the mixing bowl, right?
Yeah, yeah. And then
But with the
you
pocket
want,
9s, I would not be
whatever
too
sauce
happy
you want.
against this mystery hand.
Steak, chicken,
Because again, yeah, I do think
on the
a
side.
continuation bet with Ace King, a 4-bet and a continuation bet with Ace King is pretty common from Charlie's perspective.
Balsamic.
Okay. Can you order for me?
Yeah, yeah.
Ask her if they have a seabed. That white fish.
Sea bass?
Not salmon.
Oh, I don't think they have. Do you guys have sea bass? Do you guys have sea bass? At the-
Charlie does continue his aggression and Wayne gives it up, which
Oh, okay.
Can we
Yeah.
get food service, please?
that is how I would have played that hand.
Yeah, I don't think they have sea bass. I'm pretty sure.
What you eat yesterday? Salmon?
Yesterday I had steak, but Harry always orders salmon.
Yeah, I don't use that. I don't use salmon.
Yeah. But the salmon actually tastes
Uh,
good,
they're-
but if you don't like
They're
salmon.
asking me
I
to
like
ask you
salmon.
if you want to go grab the 510 and
I eat
grab some
meat, but
flavors
I
for
just
both
don't.
seats.
I eat white fish only.
Yeah,
Like,
whitefish, right? Yeah, I like whitefish. I don't like salmon.
They say it's up to you, but
Joe McDonough says a paired board could fill up one more, maybe dead to hit reverse implied odds. Yeah, that's true. I didn't factor that in because, well, first of all, it's no limit hold'em.
he says it
But-
ain't happening.
On the board that we're just looking at, if it's 6 deuce 3 3, if you have 4 5 suited there, yeah, if someone has like let's say someone has like Ace Jack, if you hit the flush but comes a Jack, then they fill up too. So that does change the math as well.
As the commentator tell him it's the holiday season.
He says,
Say
tell the
everyone go
commentators,
for
tell the
holiday.
players that it's the holiday season.
And there were many cancels.
30.
How about we just send it to the tournament? I can buy it and then we'll wait.
Not too long.
2 hours will be finished.
But cumulative winnings, the big winners and losers have already left, so we're not seeing much of anything here.
Wayne's got enough to play.
A lot of the big winners and losers, they've had their fair share of gambling for today. They've had enough of it. They're out of here. These guys haven't seen any excitement, so they're just waiting for their time. They're still waiting to get their fix. Again, with the 5-5-50 big blinds, even the biggest winner here, our producer Wayne, who's D22 so-so. I still don't know what that means. Only up less than 1 buy-in. If I think of like 1 buy-in as 100 big blinds.
Cool.
Case chip count is no longer $400, so guessing that's a little bit more accurate now.
Right?
100.
Oh, one business? Thank you.
Charlie 3-betting with a jacks, back to Jaeger with jack 10 suited. See what he does. I'd expect a call, but
What time are you leaving? 6?
again, these players have dynamics, and
I have a photo.
everyone has their different playstyles too. So, but he does indeed go with a call.
I might just stay lively.
She's leaving tomorrow morning.
Jaeger flops 2 overs,
Can I pay you
a
for
gutter, and a backdoor flush draw.
Maybe not.
Obviously, a jack would not be a good over for him, but he doesn't know that.
Life is a show, okay?
Charlie checks it back, goes for a tricky check back with the overpair, where a lot of players would definitely be inclined to put out a continuation bet. That's just another thing where it's like
Drive is still taking you 6
definitely good to do every once in a while.
6 hours is a lot of energy.
Unfortunately, gets a really bad turn card with the ace.
No traffic.
Still has the best hand. Jaeger does pick up an additional open ender with a double belly buster or whatever that thing is called. I don't really know the old school terms that well. Double gutter, whatever. I don't know. Whatever.
On the day of.
And Jaeger just gives off with a queen high. Doesn't try to win the pot.
A lot of people leave like.
Very wise, as Charlie is probably not going to fold to a single bet with the jacks, and Charlie chooses not to value bet the jacks here, thinking it's like, hey, I don't think I'm going to get called by worse on this river if I bet. I think personally I would be inclined to put out a small value bet with jacks on the river. But obviously in that case, he wasn't going to get paid from queen high anyway. But yeah, after Charlie checks back, both flop and turn, Jaeger may be thinking it's like, okay, so this dude has some showdown value. I'm not going to try to bluff him on the river. This is a good give up over there with the queen high.
Raise 100. 100.
Hear that, Frozen?
What's up, Wayne?
60.
We got Wayne, our D22 so-so, in the chat now.
Shout to Frank.
Just in time to see him raise the up with a jack 8 offsuit. Flopping third nut flush draw. Jaeger flopping bottom pair, but it's going to be really hard to continue. Yeah, Jaeger just gives it up. I think calling there, even though it's like maybe you have the best hand, you're really hoping that it just goes check-check on the turn and check-check on the river out of position. So yeah, even though you have a pair, you might have the best hand. It's pretty ambitious to try to on the monotone board too. It's like you might not even have the best hand to begin with.
Have what?
Fried fish.
Fried fish?
White fish,
Oh,
white
white
fish.
fish?
Halibut.
It's good.
Italian Mobster says COVID killed his poker game. Actually, the Bicycle Casino I think recovered really nicely after the pandemic. There's still quite a lot of tables running. I would say like almost like an equal amount as running before the pandemic. I will say this game right now in particular, like shorthanded, is I think it's a lot due to Thanksgiving being tomorrow, which is a major U.S. holiday. Every other time I've commentated on the show, it has not been shorthanded, so I'm guessing that's the main factor. It's just the holidays.
Small, right?
210.
Yeah, then 2 piece. Well, grilled. Yeah.
So like exactly like.
Got Wayne raising up with the ace-4 suited. Jaeger mixing it up this time, just flat calling pocket tens. I think typically we'd see this hand 3-bet, but
Yeah, can you
definitely fine to just mix in a call.
Can you give me side with the the taco? They have a green spicy.
Green salsa?
Yeah, green salsa. Yeah. Give me the side. Yeah.
225. Okay.
Yeah, that's it. I announced it.
Alright. Can you order, get the bulgogi inside of broccoli?
So me?
Yes, thank you.
The bulgogi inside of broccoli.
Thank you.
No worries. Get chow mein, I guess. Yeah.
Chinese broccoli or
It's an American.
American? American broccoli. You want to saute?
Yeah.
Saute or steam?
Steam.
Wayne says, shout out to Korextron.
60. $250.
Oh, they have a machine here, but you hand shuffle, right?
Yeah, the cards don't work in it.
Use the RFID
Yeah,
card.
Yeah.
Wayne raised out with pocket threes, K playing in the 3-bet, ace jack off, and fold from Wayne.
Card's a little hard to shoot, but I still shuffle soft.
Pretty standard stuff.
I said the cards are a little harder to scoop up, but they're still, I still shuffle faster than most people probably. Like particularly bump into each other all the time.
I don't understand why he leaving so early. He go somewhere?
I don't know.
75.
I don't know.
Who, Casper?
Yeah.
He's not having fun.
He won a 15K yesterday.
Well, that was fun.
That was fun. Maybe it's a more fun crowd.
He lost fast today. He lost 10.
Yesterday?
Not today.
Yeah, but he's still up.
I know, but you know, it's not
You
fun.
just want to keep puffing it? That's how the poker works?
What?
Kind of.
He's going to Vegas tomorrow, so better to
Have some money?
yeah have some money. I don't know. I'm kidding.
I'm joking too. Maybe you just want it better today. Some people lost to buy in, they just don't want to play.
Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's not fun anymore. 75.
75.
Yesterday I
Check
won
8 offsuit on the button,
$35.
raising it up again. This
Yeah,
time it's from
no.
Yan. Take it down pre-flop.
Yeah, it was not good for you yesterday, but you still stuck it in. Stuck it.
One booster.
This is mine, okay? I put it in front of you, doesn't mean you can steal it. Okay, this is there.
I was going to, but now that you said something, I won't.
Yeah, I think you just lost to Harry yesterday. Or
No,
him,
no,
Harat,
everyone. Like the guy have ace king A, I have two pair, he have ace queen,
Oh.
and runner he have a better,
Oh, okay. I just remember it was mostly Casper.
yeah.
Some days like that, you know.
I never run it that bad. Hope I use all my bad luck yesterday, I get lucky on hard luck.
75.
I need it.
Nitro X21 in Twitch chat says folding poker. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you just don't get the cards. I mean, Charlie raised it up with kings. I think someone folded like Jack 6 suited. I think out of all the other hands, was the best hand that I saw that was folded. Other people had even worse ones. So I mean, what do you want them to do, man? Nothing wrong with defending Jack 6 suited out of position, but I'm not gonna fault someone for folding it. Kitty flopping middle pair here. Charlie, not much of anything.
Four lies.
You
Either way,
don't
I don't
have an
have-
ace, but okay.
I have a four. Look like S.
It does.
Yeah, very like brother, sister, family, you know. Sometimes you just need to have a guts to block.
Yeah, alright.
Super John Boy in the YouTube chat says hit that like button. Yeah. If you like the
On
show.
this table, the women definitely have more guts than the guys. So
Yeah,
yeah.
of course.
I hope my 10 high wasn't good there. It might have been.
We have a muscle.
Fs.
Yeah.
Now she does.
I asked a lot of my friends, said, would you rather have when you have, like say one night stand, okay? Would you rather have two girl style, big boob, but
60.
but she is fat, or skinny and wait, let me think
205.
about what's the question? I want to make sure it's fair.
Nitrox says they were playing very tight. We just saw a 2x pot overbet with third pair. What do you want, man?
And the pretty.
Skinny
But
and what?
no. Sorry, cannot say that. Okay, one skinny, one big boob.
Skinny with big boobs?
No, one girl is a
Okay.
big boob,
Yeah.
but she's fat.
Yeah.
And the one girl is skinny. So would you rather have which one for one night stand? I was
Oh.
asking my friend.
What are they like on the inside?
No.
Who cares about that?
No. It's a one night stand. I'm talking about
Another
one
rare
night stand.
occasion of flop being checked through. Jaeger wanting to realize his equity with a jack-high heart draw, maybe thinking back to that hand where Wayne check raised him twice earlier in one
Yeah,
hand.
but she's
Or-
fat.
yeah,
But the
or
other one is
skinny.
really skinny. But no boob. No boob. No meat.
Going to take some aggression with the added gut shot equity on the turn.
I asked all my poker friends in
Thank you.
most of 99.9%
They're skinny.
fat and boob.
Really?
100%.
The answer is neither, you know?
You can't. You have to. That's the point.
You have another option.
Why? I have
It's
options.
what you get dealt in the big blind. That's what you get dealt in the big blind.
Fold, just fold. You can always fold.
You can always fold.
Always muck.
If you don't find your blind, you never win the poker.
If you don't what? If you don't what?
If you don't find your blind.
Jeremy known talking about the stock market in YouTube chat. I personally don't know anything about it, so
You fail or no?
Oh,
We'll
you
decline
combine
to comment.
Plenty. You don't need to.
You don't hold them. You defend your blind like every hand. You never fold.
Check.
nothing for Wayne but yen flops trips. Going for a little trap on the flop and then
Because I think
just
they
going for
just
value
think
on the turn.
about one night stand and one
Not much
night
to do with 8 high, no draw though.
your body enjoy touch, you know. They're too skinny, they just don't feel it.
Shot along?
I mean, it's, yeah.
I don't know if that's true, but personal thinking skinny probably better.
Yeah, it just depends on your type, right? I mean, so. But most of your friends apparently don't like skinny.
Most of my friends are animal.
Yeah.
In Vegas, everyone
Did
have
you
a
say
people.
our
Are animals?
animal?
Yeah, she always says. She says men are animals.
Everyone.
Is the straw back on though?
Yes. Right now.
Every time I
Sorry.
walk into a poker room, I feel like everyone eyes just non-stop. And I just don't feel comfortable. Every man is unbelievable. Sorry.
200.
King jack off, raising up from Wayne from the small blind. Jaeger, mystery hand, goes for a big 3-bet.
650.
Like that question, it
Who's
depends
the
on
top
who you
player now,
ask.
huh?
Because like Asian, I think Asian men, they would probably say skinny.
And Wayne just gives up the king jack off.
Who's the top player now, huh?
Yeah.
He said, oh, you just showed me.
You are tough. You defend it. You defend a lot against the 3-bet. That makes
So
it tough.
your friends are,
Huh?
I didn't defend there.
also when you ask them,
I don't have an Asian friend.
also they were white,
All white.
all white.
I'm racist. I'm
You're
joking.
racist.
I
She's
only,
joking. Don't.
I only like a white boy. So all my friends are white. Not racist. I
Not
just
American white, or you mean like from other countries like Russian, Germany?
Yeah, yeah.
Russian is the best.
Russian's the best.
They are crazy. They're good at poker and bad at poker. Polarized. No average.
There's no
I'm
in
bad
between.
at poker.
There's no in between, either
No,
good or
no.
bad.
Oh,
Russia is very polarized.
So,
I guess that calls.
You can just do what you want, Wayne.
You can do what you want,
I
don't
don't
be
think any of us care, right?
yeah,
I don't
150,
care. I'm
150.
Denied Charlie a free flop.
Yeah. I deny myself, really.
Yeah,
That's how little I trust myself. Just like, please just raise Wayne.
Where are you from?
Huh?
and
And
officially
it
he'd be committed
Yeah,
to
mid-
100.
Yeah.
Like he's committed to raise no matter what.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah,
I actually
you-
would have defended to 100, not the 150.
Yeah.
So I make it 60, I'm committed.
You're committed to a raise.
Oh, really?
No,
Men raises
why?
100.
Yeah, because it's over 50, over half. So.
Because you put in too many, yeah.
Because it's straddle.
You're committed to a raise because you put in too much.
Well, it's a shadow. How can it be raised?
Because he put in 60.
Yeah, it's more than half, so it's got to be 100.
Well, it has nothing to do with the half at that point because
No?
he's putting in more chips than the bet is.
Well, but the bet's 50, so you
Jaeger raising out with kings, Kitty with pocket queens. Could definitely see a bigger pot here.
I don't
It's a
know.
little different with the blind. So the
See how they choose to play it.
Well, thank you for doing this. No problem. I mean, in here, who cares? If you meant to raise,
Yeah.
raise.
well, that's why he was given a chance to reconsider that. But he's clearly raising. You're committed to the minimum.
Out there, it's
No, I think I'm sure.
Seven.
Jaeger just goes for the call. A little, we saw earlier someone went for the 4-bet in a very similar situation. And wow, flopping middle set. Unfortunately for him, not really much to get paid off by from Kitty. Does have the backdoor royal draw, but pretty terrible flop for queens with the ace and a king out there. Puts out the 1/3 c-bet, and Jaeger makes a call again. Slow playing his hand on the flop and on the and pre-flop. Jaeger going for a big bet here, hoping Kitty's got something to pay him off with. But probably expecting her to just give it up.
Two over.
that is a horrible board for that.
Oh man, that sucks.
What happened?
You have a pocket king.
Fifty.
Do a 4-bet. Do a 4-bet.
JJ wants to know if your hand's okay.
4-bet, you go on?
Wait.
What?
So JJ wants to know if your hand's okay.
If what?
Because you hit your hand's okay.
My hands? What?
Yeah. Okay. Never mind.
What?
Production being funny.
I didn't even hear what you.
Because the cards hit your hand.
Oh.
Yeah.
I
So
told
ask
her
Wayne
my
if he's
hand.
okay.
I said I tongue over my hand.
Yeah.
Be nice and show you. You turn over your hand.
Oh, I'm so over now. Can I pinch that?
Please. Is it shadow?
No.
Boomer FD in the Twitch chat says, were those graphics right? It looked fine to me. I mean, oh, no, that was not. KK definitely did not fold.
Pocket queen, pocket king, button, some more.
That was definitely
I mean,
not
it
right
was- I
then.
think it was
My
lucky
bad.
for you.
Five-handed.
I think it was lucky for you. You lost the minimum.
I am, of course.
Kinda, right?
I mean, even if it's just the king out there and not the ace, she probably loses another bet there. It's like super lucky to hit both of the ace and the king in that spot.
Now the problem is very bad on this board, not because it's only two over. I block you bluff, so
Yeah.
it's pretty bad.
That's pretty bad if I played it back.
Why?
I think the wizard's 4-bet there, you know?
Yeah, I
'Cause
can
you
have a 5-6 suited, I can have 7-8 suited, I 4 or in. So it's no point, you don't get more money.
Okay. That's what I was thinking too.
Again, thinking about a call or a 3-bet with a pocket sixes. Looks like she goes for a 3-bet
Argument?
Easy 4-bet.
Based on their size.
against Charlie's ace jack off.
Your pocket king easy forward because you know you need to protect your equity.
Yeah.
But I'm just curious, if you forward pocket king, are you gonna forward pocket ten? So you don't have too many hands. If you don't have any enough hands to forward, Yeah.
Charlie defends. Pretty standard on the button in position.
and also in my small blind,
4-bet 5-6 suited, better than 5-10.
I will call. I will never forward.
4 bet 7-5 off here. He was the commentator.
Yeah, follows through with a continuation bet. Charlie with ace high only and a backdoor third nut flush draw.
Easy to 4 bet because you can.
So what he chooses to do. It's definitely a tough spot where I feel like it could go either way.
Yeah, but we're not deep.
He just gives it up.
I understand because
I think that's
some of
completely
the
fine.
lines are shallow, right?
Yeah.
So if you 4 bet like even small, it's still a big decision for the guy, right?
Yeah, but if you think about it, if you open linear range, if I 3-bet, if I 3-bet linear range,
Yeah,
so your 4-bet is too small, I call everything.
obviously.
Yeah.
In the cash game, yeah. But in the tournament,
But if I'm polarized, let's say I have a 4-5 suited, 5-6 suited, if I'm polarized, then your small sizes make sense because I probably 4 all the same.
yeah.
But if I only 3-bet like a linear range, I will not 4-bet small. I call everything.
Take it.
You guys want to play that?
Kitty with some poker advice at the table.
Small blind, 3-bet.
Generally, you can't really know
So
until you have a lot of history with someone
too much poker.
if you know if they're 3-betting linear or polarized. But it's definitely true if someone is 3-betting linear, you want to 4-bet them with a larger sizing, and if they're 3-betting polarized, you want to use a smaller sizing. Because if they're polarized, you can get away with a smaller sizing, so you risk less on your bluffs. Because if they have like one of their weak hands that they're polarized to, they're just gonna fold anyway, like regardless of your sizing. And if it's linear, then if it's a small size, then they're gonna be more inclined to call.
4 bets to 7-5 offsuit.
So you can punish those weaker hands in a linear range, like king queen suited, by 4-betting to a big sizing, and then they have a really hard decision. Because you just make a really small 4-bet. King queen suited has like a really easy call.
2 flush draws?
Yeah, it's a flush draw. It's 2 flush draws, a straight draw.
You could use it in reverse too, like if you know that someone likes to use a big 4-bet sizing,
9 double gut shot.
you can use a polarized 3-bet against them. If you know someone likes to use a small 4-bet sizing, you can use a linear 3-bet against them and just call all their 4-bets.
But you know, it's
It should
greedy.
just be collection.
That makes more sense.
When it makes it a collection game, you could do it. You have the power. Up to the higher ups, you know.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think they were talking about if Jaeger would have 4-bet kings in that hand, what would have happened.
Out there last week, right? Like,
Yeah, it's a collection.
I like the
Boomer FD says, can I play this game from Twitch? Yeah, you have to email Wayne,
Speeds up the game.
W-A-Y-N-E, at livethebike.com.
Having collection speeds up the game.
Yeah, for sure.
Jackpot.
Blind versus blind. Pair for Charlie. We've seen a lot of people checking in this spot so far today, and Charlie does go for the check. 2 pair, but it's not really anything. It's the same as if he had like 10-5 in his hand, since he plays the aces anyway. Still with the best hand, of course. Thinking whether he wants to go ahead and put a bet out now. Kitty's completely disinterested in this hand with a 5 high, no draw.
Take it.
Charlie, do you play tournaments still or no?
I don't play a lot of them, but I think I am gonna fire a couple of these things in the series this week.
Here? Yeah, they're like small, it's like 1700.
They have high roller, 3K.
No, not in high roll. Not interested. Not a high roll.
3K not even high roller.
I know, and then they have
So 1700 is small, but 3200 too big. Wait.
He's 75.
Yeah, I don't know.
an ACR, right? Last Sunday I played a $200 tournament. And a chance to win 160,000.
Ace 5 suited, raising out from Jaeger.
I have to go to
Defend from Wayne with a pocket
Yeah,
threes.
like,
We haven't seen any sets today at all, have we? I feel like I haven't seen a single set. Well, we did just see that one with pocket kings, but it was already the best hand pre-flop anyway.
Check, check.
Haven't really seen anything like pocket threes, like takeout aces or anything like that. These guys,
Wizard.
it looks like Wayne went for a small value bet with his threes on the river, trying to get called by ace high, but Jaeger just gave it up. He was like, no, I'm not paying you off with ace high.
Nines and threes. Nines and threes with the queen kicker. Just like a wizard. Just like check,
I
check,
have 2
check.
overcards, man. If I bet, you would have folded. Shut up.
I've never heard someone use with a pair use a kicker. That's on the board. Like,
You always have to make your hand sound better than it actually.
yeah, no. Like I can see if you have like a 6 with a pair. I'm like, you have. A
No,
pair
when
in
you
your
have
hand.
a weak hand or something, you just be like, I had a pair with ace, king, queen kicker.
It's like on a pair draw.
Yeah, it's just,
75.
yeah,
This is funny.
I'm just like, do you have queens?
I had nines and threes with a queen kicker.
Oh, okay.
Are you playing anything, Wayne?
I guess I'll play the December 13th thing if I have enough energy.
What is that?
It's the 3K blind one.
3K?
Yeah,
You? Play?
I got maybe. If I have enough energy, I don't know.
Play 17.
Honestly, I think,
Play 17.
I think tournaments on ACR.
No, I'm not. I'm only gonna play events
It's like 8
where.
hours, right?
This is day 2.
Oh, there
No, no, no. I
Those
only
are the
gonna
bigger
play
ones are day
events if
2.
like
the one I played, there was a day 2.
the,
Oh.
But they're
like
gonna
the
be much
winner,
tougher.
the winner gets something or the final table gets
No,
something.
the
It
lower
goes
buy-ins.
Oh.
When
I'm
you
not-
get
I'm
deep,
not
they're
playing for
tough. When
money,
you get
like-
deep, they're tough.
Yeah.
75.
$200 buy-in, you're gonna be facing a lot of tough players. I mean, I don't know if that's necessarily the case
Yeah, yeah.
here. I mean,
Yeah, remember?
maybe in the 3200 it'll be kind of tough. But I doubt even that based on what Katie said earlier.
Yeah, like so last week I made it to day 2 with 1 million to get to 40 bigs, and then I qualified again yesterday for this Sunday and I had 100 bigs. So day 2, 2.5 million.
Oh, this is a 2-day tournament. Oh, wow.
You there's basically a million day ones, like flights, right? Qualified for day 2 on Sunday.
Right.
And Sunday's about 8 hours.
Are you in the money as soon as you qualify?
Pretty much, like within like the first half an hour, people bust out and I remember better than that.
You
For no limit at least.
I
Do you
mean,
deposit Bitcoin on ACR?
yeah, you can.
You can. Any it works
It's the
and
best.
all.
It's the best way.
The no limit cash ones are just like, they can be just like
25.
so drab. That's the big problem.
I get the magic point
It's not
online.
like-
Online no limit. That would be just the
Oh,
worst.
it's terrible. But like, the limit, the one thing.
Charlie betting with 5 high with a gutter, winning the limp pot.
For no limit, if the table's dead, the table's dead. You just can't.
Haven't seen a lot of fighting over these limp pots at all. Got another limp pot to the blinds. 2 mystery hands.
Yeah, he's got your code.
Once again, not a lot of fighting over the limp pot. First bet takes it down. I think that's been happening pretty much every time. Or not even pretty much every time, but literally every time. Out of like 4 or 5.
75. You have one blip?
Yeah.
Shuttle off.
You want one of the big ones? You? What do you want to do?
Yes, here.
What is that biggest table? They took it away, right?
Shuttle in.
You have higher table there?
Yeah.
Joe McNeil says, could you imagine having to have 25k deposit to play poker? Hard to make sense.
I go, yeah,
He said it was a small piece.
Yeah, it does not look small to me.
Why? You
I'm
lied
not
to me,
really
it's
sure I
so
understand the
big.
context of that. I think it's like related to stocks and stuff, but yeah, I don't really understand that.
Good. Oh,
Shuttle's on.
No
Shuttle's on.
sound?
150?
yeah, 150.
150.
I mean, I think it does make sense if you're playing these stakes to have like 25k at least, right? Because that's only 5 buy-ins. You don't want to just lose like 3 buy-ins if you're like, well, I'm out of money.
Heads up.
I would argue that you should have even more than that, but everyone's risk tolerance is different, and it also depends if you have stable income or not. Razzle the Best says, this game seems easy in Twitch chat. Says, back me and I'll show you how it's done. Well, I mean, why not just back yourself? Grind your way up if it's easy. What I think is easy is to say that poker is easy in
Wait, can you take a
text
bath?
chat,
The fish?
but it's a lot harder to just actually like win money playing poker.
They covered us all. Huh? Covered us all. Yeah.
In equities trading, they require 25k to day trade more than 3 times in a 5-day period.
That's my thought.
They freeze your account for 90 days if you day trade 4 times in 5 days.
You're probably
Yeah,
still-
I don't know anything about equities trading, but yeah, I don't know anything about that.
But yeah, the moment passed.
Yeah.
Dang.
Oh, there's a good joke there. There's a good joke there. Find it.
Damn.
Not quite quick enough.
Hey, what do you want to get
Raise 200.
How
uh,
much?
different
This is
kind
the
of-
sauce?
Yeah, you want to dress in different dresses?
You
Yeah,
don't
olive
give me
oil.
the salsa.
Oh, we have this? That's okay.
Razzle Best says I could play non-stop aggro in this game and easily be plus. I would actually like, not sarcastically at all. I would love to see that. You're welcome to come down and play. I mean, they're playing for pretty noble stakes, so even if you're not in the area, should pay for a plane ticket, yeah? Depending on what you think your win rate is. If you think your win rate is at least like, I don't know, like 10 big blinds per hour, then yeah, why not take a plane ticket and play in the game?
Four.
Kitty Valley betting middle pair here after it checks all the way down. Charlie thinking about it with a worse middle pair, 4th pair versus 2nd pair.
And pocket sevens.
Thinking, wow, you checked all the way. On the turn, it's pretty drawy out there. But yeah, he just gives it up. He's like, yeah, my hand's not that good. Could definitely easily be losing to something similar to Kitty's hand. Going for like a thinner value bet on the river. So really, really good fold. Even check to the river with a pair there. Definitely a lot of players would call and lose. Nice value bet too. Raid Nation 22 says poker takes a lot of mental strength. Yeah, I definitely think it's true. I mean, I think we've seen plenty of times on the show where like someone takes a bad beat, or not even a bad beat, maybe they just lose a flip for a stack and then they start playing much looser than they were playing 10 minutes before. I think it's extremely common. But it also depends what your motivations are in poker, right? Like, it's kind of fun to go on tilt. I think it's a big part of the appeal of poker
We kicked the button.
for a lot of people.
Thank you.
But like, if your goal is like win as most money as possible, then yeah, you want to have that like mental fortitude to not let bad beats affect you.
Do my best Garrett impression. Round of trials, anyone?
But yeah, everyone has different objectives in poker. Obviously, like poker is
Short and we took off
it's a game,
channel is
and
actually
like
plays
the main
games.
objective for most people should just be to have fun.
People play more.
Huh?
People play more.
No, the blinds are bigger when we take out, like, because it was like you know, when it was like a fuller table. It's like 25, 50, 100, 100, 200, I guess. But when it got short, he's like, okay, let's just play.
50, 100.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like
So-
his favorite trick, yeah.
Yeah, so it's like it's actually plays bigger.
If you have,
And that leaves open the possibility of a $200
Yeah,
straddle.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Versus
that's
like,
the big thing. I
yeah.
think.
Delta Pekka says 3 laptops later I can manage my tilt. Yeah, I mean a lot of times like managing tilt is a gradual process, right? Like it's when you work out your muscles, like you don't just start instantly benching 300. First you start off benching like whatever, I don't know, like 100, and then you bench like 120, and you work your way up, right? Managing tilt is very much the same. You don't just start playing poker, have one bad beat, tilt it off, and then the next day you're like, man, that sucked. I'm not going to tilt anymore. And it's not like that for anyone. It's always like you have that bad beat the first time you play poker, you tilt it off. The next day you're like, man, that sucked. And then you tilt a little bit next. You tilt a little bit less next year. And you tilt a little bit less the year after. And then you tilt a little bit less. It's always very gradual. We got a 3-bet here from Charlie with the ace-queen off. Kitty just calling with a pocket jack, flopping the best hand. Decent board for Charlie to continuation bet. It's not super likely for Kitty to hit a pair on this board, but at the same time, it's also not likely for Charlie to hit a pair. But he has more of the overpairs like jacks, queens, kings, aces. Obviously, here we can see that Kitty is the one with the jacks here, but it's more likely for Charlie to have the overpairs, especially like the aces and kings. Charlie's been going for these really big continuation bets. Maximum pressure. Can't imagine Kitty folding her hand. Looks like she's just going to raise right away. Against a bigger sizing, I generally, like, not knowing the dynamic between these two players, I generally would prefer just calling. Again, like when you're putting in a raise, you're generally thinking like, am I trying to get better hands to fold or worse hands to call? Obviously, you're not trying to get better hands to fold with jacks, but it's like after you get 3-bet pre-flop, there's not that many worse hands that are going to be happy calling you facing a check raise. 10s and 9s probably will, but still pretty narrow range. And even if you think like 10s and 9s, well, there's also queens, kings, and aces, so even if you're only thinking about pocket pairs, there's actually more hands that beat you. Again, I don't know the dynamic between these two players, and there is also a benefit of cleaning up equity, right? Like in that hand, Charlie does have 6 outs with his ace-queen against Kitty's jack, so there's definitely some value in just like winning the pot right away there and capturing your full equity of the pot. Also, like if you don't think, in Kitty's perspective, if you don't think Charlie is going to continue to bluff at it with a worse hand, then it makes sense that the best play would just be to raise. If you don't think they're going to continue bluffing with a worse hand and putting, because that's the value of calling.
Just in case they don't make a...
Divinity245 in Twitch chat says, playing online, got aces 3 times and lost all 3 all in pre. That is why you should have more than 25k if you're playing in a 5k buy-in game. Although technically the buy-in for this is 2k, but that would only be like 40 big blinds. Again, thinking of the big blind as $50, which it essentially is. But yeah, I usually think like a buy-in is 100 big blinds, so. Yeah, that's why bankroll is important, because even if you get all in with aces, which is basically as good as you can do in poker, you can still lose. So, but if you're bankroll, then you just recover as long as you're winning in the game. Very big if. Razzle the Best says, been playing poker since I was 11 and 12, so why do you still need someone to back you in the game? That is my question. If you can beat the game, and you've been playing since you're 11, sounds like you wouldn't need someone to back you in the game.
So next week you guys are just streaming Tuesdays what is?
Is there a seat?
Friday is 51-1-1.
Could be 1-1 too.
Is there a seat on Tuesday?
Probably not.
What about like someone bus?
We'll put you on the board.
It is an anomaly that.
It says playing at your home with mom and dad doesn't count. Actually, when I play with my mom and dad, when I play No Limit Hold'em, we would always call pre-flop. So we eventually, we didn't understand the point of pre-flop because we were just like, okay, everyone just calls anyway. So we actually just abolished pre-flop. We just skipped it entirely. We basically only played bomb pots because it was like, well, we're just gonna all call pre-flop anyway, so it doesn't matter. So we just only played bomb pots. Which, I don't know, I think they should do that in the casinos, for real. I would play at a table like that.
Not this Friday, but almost sure. 350.
Preflop is definitely the most uninteresting street. It kind of benefits the people who are the most patient, which is... It just depends what... Everyone has a different perspective on it, but personally... I mean, I'm saying this as like a professional poker player like a decade. I don't really think that's a skill that like we really want to reward, I guess. I think like poker, we should reward like, right, like you're trying to like battle your opponents like psychologically. Math I think is like fine, right? But I think just like, okay, most people can just increase their win rate by folding more pre-flop. I think that's pretty lame. But that's just my opinion.
75.
Not the views of the Bicycle Casino. Raise from Jaeger, flopping top pair, Kitty flopping middle pair. Jaeger going with a tricky check. It's not a super tricky check because on the monotone board with a spade, his hand kind of falls into like the medium hand strength category, which does make a lot of sense to check because he can use that as like a check call. Because you can't just always bet every time you have an ace. Otherwise, like when you check, they just know you don't have a good hand, right? Checks it down to the river, and now with the 9 high flush, he has to think, okay, it's probably a good hand. Do I think I'm going to get more money if I go for a value bet or if I go for a check and she's going to bluff? He does go for the value bet. I think that's a perfectly fine decision. And Kitty does not go for the hero call with a middle pair on a 4 flush board. And I think that's a great decision as well. Rain Nation 22 says, I liked watching Danny Negreanu. Yeah, I think he's hilarious. I don't watch that much like poker, but I watched some of his rants after like his match with Polk, and I just think he's like a very animated character, and those guys are real good for poker. Great. I definitely think like I have a lot of my friends who like don't play poker at all. He's like like him and like Phil Hellmuth. Those are like the only people that they know of. So I think sometimes they get a lot of flack because they are emotional, right? But in the end, I would generally rather, for the most part, I would generally rather play with someone who's like emotional rather than someone who just like doesn't react to anything at all. I'm not saying like I would rather play with someone who's emotional because they're gonna tell I'm gonna win their money. I just think like it's more entertaining and it's gonna make more people interested in poker. It's more memorable for sure. I know there was that incident with Phil saying he was going to burn down the casino recently, which I thought that was kind of interesting, where it's like almost a double standard, where it's like if a random person says that, it's probably not okay, but since it's Hellmuth, he like kind of gets a pass. And I think it's okay for him to get a pass for like all he's done for poker, I guess. And it's not something he does like all the time to like that extreme.
375.
I think that's a lot more common in LA as well compared to other Like I played poker in like Europe, and I think like they really pride themselves on like treating everyone equally. Which, don't get me wrong, that's not a bad thing. But in LA, you know, it's like if you're like a regular and you lose a lot of money, you're gonna get a little more liberties than like than someone who just like shows up every once in a while and like doesn't really talk to anyone, right? And wins money. That's the worst. Ugh. So I think either one is reasonable. Yo, Razzle the best. Yeah, I'm just messing around. It's just for fun. Glad you're not offended. But yeah, honestly, like, I think like one of the keys to like just poker is like you keep at it as long as you're improving. Then I think like one of the biggest mistakes people can make is they just play and play and play and they don't get better. But like as long as you're improving, then you're gonna be good. If you keep playing, like it's literally impossible to not be. T-Max says PLO is a devil. Whoa. Yeah, mods, can we ban this guy? PLO, what?
Yeah, I don't like, I only like white meat.
What? PLO is the great game, sir. Bill again L says people from CA are snobs. They think they're better than the world. I don't know who you are, but your comment kind of makes me feel like it's projecting to me. That's just my opinion, not the views of Bicycle Casino. Kind of makes me think like you think you're better than people from CA. Ray Nation says it's the way he is at the table, how he talks to other players, figure out if he has a chance for winning or not. Yeah, I think it's really good. Like a lot of recreational players, even though they know like Daniel Negreanu is like a strong professional player, like they still want to play with him, even though they know like okay, like having this guy at my table compared to like a completely random tournament player is probably like bad for me. They're still happy to play with him because he's just he's gonna talk, he's gonna get the table talking. It's fun to have at the table. It's a good thing. Dr. Pecco says PLO 8 is a bomb. I've actually been playing a little PLO 8, but not many people play it.
Not very expensive.
Not many people play PLO 8, but I actually wouldn't mind playing some more.
Why would you want to spend Thanksgiving in Vegas?
Because you want...
Mr. Augie says, I think people from LA are better than me. Well, I don't really think people from... I don't think you're better than anyone just from like where you're born or like what like... That doesn't really make any sense to me.
After Christmas, I always come here.
Oh, it's a...
Yeah, for gamble.
65.
Russell the Best says, I really would give anything to play poker religiously again. I want to light the passion for it again. I will say that like almost all the the very best of the best players, not like I would say the majority of them, they started at like micro stakes. So they started with a bankroll of like however like $10, and then they just like grind that all the way up. And I think a lot of people think, well, like, okay, that's like a waste of time because your hourly at the start is like, I don't know, like pennies per hour, assuming you're a great player. But it's not just about like the hourly that you're like making financially. It's about the skills you're developing. Because it's like, let's say you're someone who, I don't know, let's say you're a software engineer, you make like 100K a year, and then you're like, okay, I'm just gonna throw like 2K in poker. I'm gonna start playing like 5-10. And then just like, I think I'm good, I'm gonna run up. You're not gonna develop those skills that like protect your bankroll. Like, it's just not gonna be there, and you're probably very likely gonna bust over and over. So yeah, definitely no shame in starting at the micros. Personally, I guess I didn't really do that, but Like most of like the great players start at the micros and win all the way up, because really nothing really changes. It's just the games get a little bit tougher each time you move up, but you get if you're really serious, you get a lot better. So.
So, yeah, so you're saying, oh, he was just gonna fly out here to have dinner and then fly back to Vegas?
Yeah, the 2 days. He will stay here 2 days. But he told me long trip is too expensive. So how much is it?
150.
So I said, okay, if you think it's too expensive, and you went to eat a dinner like 600 per person.
Yeah.
Maybe that's his excuse.
We got a three-way pot here.
Sometimes it's a hassle. Like, what's the point? You fly here, then you fly back.
Oh no, sorry.
You're jet lag. Oh, it's a
Heads up
private
pot.
Yes. Okay.
jet. Okay.
It's a C-bet from Yen and call from Kitty, I think. The graphics is saying Kitty is the one who bet the flop. Maybe that happened, but I guess I don't really know.
I mean, I don't offer him. He says so.
Oh, he offered.
Yeah, it's like flying is like a hassle, you know?
Trust
All
me,
private jet.
Kitty folds the open-ender and a pair on the turn. The open-ender in that spot is not as good, because like, if you hit an ace, right, like it's the board's ace, king, queen, jack, and if you hit a 9, it's kind of similar, so it's like you're not that likely to get paid off if you're not even chopping to begin with.
Oh, he's into crypto?
Yeah.
Like buying it or trading it, or what does he do?
It was backwards. Yeah, I just think like just from what like obviously like I think it's really great when players mix it up. But just from watching how Kitty plays, it looks like she generally sticks to the default of checking to the pre-flop raiser. Nothing wrong with that. I do that as well. I would choose to mix it up in other ways, but I would just think it was surprising if she would call and then lead into the pre-flop raiser, especially on a king high board, which is favorable to the pre-flop aggressor. Like if you are going to do that, it's best to do it on a low board, something like 7-6-5, because then as the person calling out of the blind, you might have more of that garbage, as people like to say, than the person who raised pre-flop. We got Yen and Kitty at it again. Kitty just calling pre with ace queen this time.
175.
A little trap. Yen's got to think she's got the best hand, given especially since the flop checks through. Kitty could definitely go for a value raise with ace queen here. Just calling again, of course, would be completely fine. Looks like she is going to go for the raise. With two flush draws out there, and the fact that Kitty checked twice. I mean, again, like we said, the flop check is pretty similar, but with a turn check raise all of a sudden, it's a pretty weird line. Yeah, with her ace, probably not too inclined to fold. Front door flush gets there. I will say, given that the flop action checks through and then the turn was where all the action is, it makes it a little bit more likely that the players have the backdoor flush than the front door flush. But yeah, Kitty, not too afraid of the flush. She's thinking top pair, top kicker, still worth a value bet, and I think it's a great value bet. I think a lot of players might just get scared of the flush here and check, but she follows through and gets paid off. Yeah, making the call, and like I mentioned about like the front door, back door flush, maybe putting Kitty on some missed hearts. Definitely a reasonable call. I think a lot of times people like will look at a hand and Kitty spot and it's like, okay, it's only one pair, right? But like in that spot, top pair, top kicker, like given that flop check through, it's even with a flush getting there, it's still just a really strong hand against like the entire range of hands that Yen could call with. For example, like we saw Yen call with ace deuce. That means that could be like any ace all the way up to ace jack. Could be a hand that you could get value from. And there's just going to be a lot more combinations of those than flushes.
Are you married?
Yeah.
Happy? You can tell me. Oh, okay, no.
Oh, we got our
I'm joking.
T-Max says I don't like rich people who play lower stakes. Everything's relative. Like, what do you mean? Like, what stakes do you have to play? Like, do you have to have like 1% of your net worth on the table? Do you have to have like is 0.1%? Is that too low?
You have a boy?
The boy.
You want?
I wanted the boy, she wanted the girl.
Yeah, well, it's always.
Personally, I think like even for me as like a professional poker player, I think it is fun to play lower stakes every once in a while, so I can do things like 3-bet people with 7 deuce offsuit, which I might not want to do if I was playing with like a meaningful amount of money, because it's just fun and like
It's my straddle or
in the end, like fun should overall be like the primary goal of poker, right? Overall. And yeah, Razzle the Best has a good point. They donate, and that's also a good point, because if you're really rich and you're playing for stakes that, relatively to you, whether it be, you know, like, it could even be this game, for example, stakes that where the money doesn't matter at all, you're gonna play a little bit worse than you might otherwise. So I think as the rest of us, we should just appreciate that, because generally we want other people at our table playing worse, right? I mean, I know I do personally.
It's gonna be fun to see the two girls interact. You know?
Am I still straight up?
No, straight on off.
One of those.
For that, the two boys, I know how they interact, and I know how the boys interact with the girls. And now it's
I don't
the
know.
girls.
Science experiment.
Not a
I'm
wizard
just
like
curious. What is this like?
Well,
You rest
it's
my-
2 under 2,
where's the
so,
clock?
you know, that means
Mr. P says there's a special place in hell for people 3-betting poor SSNL players with 7 deuce off. Dude, they should be thankful.
7 magic cards. And
I would be thankful if someone came into my game and 3-bet me with 7 deuce off.
You need that much mana to raise?
What if Casey is shuffling?
Just my opinion.
then I will have 0 mana.
Comment
And
on
then you
this
can't
nerdy
raise. And then you can't
conversation.
raise, right? Then you have to fold, right?
100?
Yeah.
Yep, sure.
Raise to 100.
You have to fold,
I said
right?
I'm commenting on this nerdy
Wayne says hello in the chat. Still,
You guys
100
have
to
a
go.
name yet?
No, name
Koreatown?
not in time to see him do anything in the stream though.
Because his online name, like, if you look at it, you glance at it, it looks like Koreatown.
It doesn't look like it, Wayne.
So but what is it?
75.
It's Korextron.
Korextron.
Yeah, which no one knows what it is.
Yeah, but if people read or read X-Town, Korextown.
Kitty turning the best hand after continuation betting the flop. Jaeger turning a gutter, but there are 3 hearts out there, so not really expecting him to continue, but we'll see what happens.
280.
Wisely lays it down. You'd have to put... Yeah, it'd be pretty hard to be good there with pocket 4s. Looty Poo says, do you think there's a noticeable difference between days when someone is playing lower versus higher blind games like Kitty does? Is this the lower game or the higher game? I'm assuming... I guess I'm assuming this is lower? But it depends on the person, right? Like, I know I have a close friend here that, like, we play at home where we just play, like, the buy-in is $5, so the big blind is, like, 5 cents. And for me, I play 100% VPIP in those games, because, like, why not, right? It's 5 cents to limp. But he plays the exact same. We're both professional poker players. And he plays the exact same like he would if we were playing, like, 5-10, right? So it just depends on the person.
Like, you need to move the jersey around? I know he's throwing that.
His lady friend is there.
Oh, good for him. He used to live downtown, right next to him. Above the-
75.
Yeah, it depends on the person too for who you want to play with, because I've been at tables where like someone's just going all in for $1,000 at like 5-5 blinds. They're going all in blind every single hand. Like for me, that's a dream table. It literally cannot get better than that. Like that is literally the best table to play at. But I've seen a lot of people leave those tables because they're just like, hey, I just want to come play. I want to play poker, but I can't do anything because it's just all on pre-flop every hand, right? So it's just like everyone wants something different. It just depends on your motivations, what you enjoy and stuff.
They might not win as much.
It's
but
quite the
I think
same with any other game, not just poker.
Raise 100.
Thank you.
Anyone here American?
For example, like I play basketball with like a group of friends here, and there's like a pretty big gap in skill. So like sometimes like the really good players, like usually they'll just chill out, right? Like they're not gonna try their hardest. But then sometimes like their teammates might get upset. They're like, dude, it's like we're losing because you're not trying your hardest. But then like when they do try, then their opponents get upset. They're like, dude, like can you chill out? Like I'm just playing for fun here, right? So everyone has some different motivations, and there's always got to be like, I would say for like a friendly thing like that, there's got to be a compromise somewhere. But in poker, that's kind of why I really like going to the casino. I like the bicycle casino and playing poker because it's like anything goes. Every person is free to go at the bike and play however they want. I love that about poker, and I just think like there's such a diverse crowd when you go and play at like bicycle casino.
So you're saying 550 is equivalent to 2040 or something?
Yeah.
Can definitely meet people of all kinds of different like cultural backgrounds and different beliefs, and that's just great.
$5 is a very bad price for the people like defense.
SC2 hand says, "What's your calling range for that kind of person?" Negative EV says Queen 7 plus. Yeah,
But you agree this game's about
I'm not super familiar, but yeah, I think like Queen 7 suited.
I would say 15-30.
I don't know about Queen 7 offsuit, but Queen 7 suited I think is over 50%. And then like when the pots get that big, the rake is negligible. So like if I'm in the big blind and someone jams, yeah, I have Queen 7 suited. They jam me blind. That's as long as you're bankrolled for the game and you don't mind the variance. If you're practicing like pretty aggressive bankroll management, then you might want like a little bit more than just like whatever's over 50%, right? You might want 60% or even more than that. But generally, yeah. If you're gonna offer me odds on a flip, I'm generally gonna take it. And yeah, as Negative EV said, I don't know exactly what it is, but I think like Queen 7 suited definitely is over 50% against a random hand.
Ooh, that's not good.
Oh my gosh, you.
Charlie, jeez.
Don't be
Right.
upset. I mean, it's okay.
It's okay. It's just
Never
poker.
seen that before.
What man you are, like,
What, because I gave you do 7
Can we
9
see the
times?
chips? If I peel it back, can I see the computer chip in this?
Put a marker on.
No, looks like a-
Negative EV says take whatever edge you can as long as it doesn't threaten your risk of ruin. Yeah, that's kind of like basically what I just said, but it also is worth pointing out like there's like a mental like right like if you know that losing a flip is gonna
125.
put you off mentally. I mean, man, this is like there's a lot of ways to approach this, but like one school of thought. Jaeger continuation battling 6 isn't Kitty calling me the top 2. I'm expecting Jaeger to just give it up. Kitty to value bet and Jaeger to fold. We'll see if that happens, but I guess I would say one school of thought is you continue putting yourself in that position because you need to learn how to beat it, and the only way to learn is to just do it. And the other school of thought is like, hey, like I know that I'm going to be tilted if I lose this flip, so if it's only like a 51-49 flip, I'm just not going to take it, right? Because like, yeah, it's plus money EV, but I know I'm going to be tilted if I lose, so I'm just not going to do it. I think both are reasonable. It's not...
4-3 clubs.
I think it'd be very, very, very difficult to argue that like one is definitely right.
Oh, it is, yeah.
Yeah,
We
totally.
changed it yesterday.
Yeah.
你要不要先去啊？
3 clubs
Donald
is
Jones says
difficult.
they're just trying to get some gas money.
要不然会
I actually never look at gas prices. Sometimes like my friends will like mention like the gas prices went up a lot, but like to me, I'm just gonna drive however much. I'm not trying to like flex that I'm super rich or anything, but I'm just gonna drive however much I'm gonna drive, and I have to pay it no matter what. Like I'm not gonna stay at home more because the gas prices cost like $1 more every time I fill up my tank.
We have 15 more minutes.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just me. Obviously, it is an indicator for other things too, but yeah.
What's that for?
To me, it's an inelastic cost, so I don't pay attention to it.
From 2019. I lost my paper, so that's why I'm here.
30?
Once again, limp pot, no battling in these limp pots. It's just a bet and fold every time. I mean, to be fair, K didn't have much of anything to work with, but they are definitely they're definitely open for like to pick up a few $100 if you're willing to fight for it, for sure. There are a lot of questions like throughout the entire stream about masks. I will say that I do not know the answer, so don't take my word for this, but I'm pretty sure you're supposed to wear a mask when you play in the bicycle casino. But yeah, I don't know for sure. Also, it's really not a big deal. I know like certain circles are like really against it. But like, I don't know, like millions of people are doing it in LA, and like it's just not a big deal.
Raise 100. Alright, sell around 555.50.
Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. Yo, what's up, JJ, in the chat and YouTube? Yeah, I'm pretty surprised. There are like quite a lot of comments about face masks, but yeah, I don't really know anything about that. I only know about poker.
Let's draw 50.
Crush on Ivy and Twitch chat says, do we need a cooler for there to be action? Yeah, there hasn't been too many like huge like bluffing for stacks today. Sometimes that happens. Just depends on the players, and I mean, really, like, if you want there to be bluffing for stacks on Live the Bike, then you gotta show up and do it yourself. Can't really force someone else to do it with their money. Negative EV says, what's your opinion on nuking whales? I don't entirely know what that means, but it seems like we probably should not be doing weapons testings, that much weapons testings in the oceans, in my personal opinion. But I'm also not an expert on that either. This is unpoker related. Kitty going might Valley cut herself here, going for a bet with 2 pair, but Charlie rivered a better 2 pair. Was a one-liner to a straight on the turn, so it made sense to check. And then on the river after Charlie checked flop and turn as well, it made sense that she thought her hand was good.
You want to double settle in or wait one hand freestyle? That would be horrible.
Sandy Joy, you've been here moderating every single time I've commented, and thank you for doing that. Really appreciate it. Because, not gonna lie, sometimes I see some really stupid questions in the Twitch chat, then I see this message has been deleted, so excellent job.
Yeah. Sometimes you just gotta eat your vegetables, right?
Tony X says, even though I'm on Twitch, I'm gonna pop open YouTube and smash that like button. Yeah, you're the man. Everyone on YouTube, you can do that on Twitch also, but you have it. I'm pretty sure you have to have an account on both. So if you want to go the extra mile and do that, that'd be very much appreciated. Support the show. But if not, just hit the like button on whatever platform you're watching on now.
Definitely did not have it.
I did not have baccarat.
Definitely did
You know
not
how
have
much
it.
Jay and Lion would kill for that hand over there?
Is Jay still playing?
Yeah, looks like we're wrapping up now. So thanks for tuning in, everyone. Again, tomorrow is Thanksgiving. If you're not from America, if you are from America, you know what that is. If you're not, you might not know what that is.
We just don't know.
You might know. Either way, it's a major holiday, so no live the bike tomorrow.
I think Friday a lot of people probably cancel.
Yeah, that's the thing. We just don't know. But like, if like they could kind of eyeball what's going on.
Two.
Why do you think you cannot tell people?
Don Jones says K-Show bet suitor. In the Jack 10 two-pair hand, well, there was a one-liner to a straight on the turn, so it's like,
Fish would say fuck you.
I think it's pretty, it could be like, you have to think about like the absolute, or the relative value of your hand, not just the absolute value of your hand. It's like, yeah, you have two pair, but it could be overplaying your hand to go for a value bet when like someone only needs one card for a straight.
Garrett's not playing, right? You didn't mention that.
He didn't. I mean, we don't know. Next Friday.
9-7. We've seen this 9-7 hand a lot. It did not win this time.
I have an eyeball of what is like the range is what's gonna happen, and we just kind of know.
Oh, but you're saying no one has, like, there isn't like 9 or 8 people that have confirmed?
It's basically
Dalton
like
Pekka says football tomorrow,
12,
food all day.
15
Yeah.
people already, like,
Happy Thanksgiving, guys. I don't know what football is, but
if it's gonna be that
for those of you who enjoy it,
That was a month.
That was my first.
yeah, you go do that.
150.
There's no shadow yet, not so much.
I thought there was straddle.
Got some people cheering for Yen in the YouTube chat.
She really wanted the $5.
It looks like she did win this hand, mystery hand. It worked. The YouTube energy.
The limit player's quarrel.
You love to beat me in basketball. Okay, it would be very not hard to beat me in basketball. In poker, you're definitely going to have to work your way up. But yeah, thanks for hanging out with us. Have a good Thanksgiving. Wayne picking up queens.
225.
Wayne in the chat says he's been playing with Jaeger for 15 years. Yeah, I think I don't know if that's a response to in the commentary I've mentioned several times, like they have a dynamic, like I don't know the dynamic between them, so it's like when I say it's like, oh, I would do this in a hand, it's in a vacuum against an unknown player. But like if you've been playing with, like literally no human player plays perfectly, right? So it's like if you've been playing with someone for a long time, you might know, okay, like they like to do this, so then I'm gonna do this. So yeah, up here in the booth when we can see the cards and it's like, yeah, I would do this, you know, it's different, so.
I think this game is more popular, no?
It is to play, not to watch.
Oh yeah, no. Well,
What
yeah,
champions
before-
do I play in League of Legends? I like
I'd
Nidalee,
say, yeah,
LeBlanc.
In terms of the player pool, this is probably more.
No, fight again is very good.
Fight it?
Yeah, trust me. You want to play that if you can.
Wait, we played online on full tilt. I don't know if you're talking to me anymore. Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha. Yeah, you play with Jaeger on full tilt. Wow, that is a long time ago. All right, it's gonna wrap up the stream. Thanks for tuning in, everyone. Have a happy Thanksgiving. See ya.